Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome everyone to this Sunday evening afternoon. It's been a weekend. Ooh, yeah. News broke Friday of a bill that Doug Ford wants to pass, and it's hard to stay positive after that type of news breaks, but we'll get to that story. It's a very, very important story to get to. Also, for those of you who don't know, I did a live stream Friday evening where I talked about Graham Plattner and his tattoo and, you know, this idea of purity testing. And it was a very rambly live stream. So please let me know in the SandBox by posting a 1 if you would like to see me put that into a more concise video essay, as in I script it out and have it be hopefully around like 15 to 20 minutes to hopefully get to all my points that I was trying to make in that. Let me know in the SandBox, but also please give me some thumbs up to let me know that audio and visual is okay. Because you are my unofficial producers. You help me do this live stream. But, you know, yesterday was a bit fun. I went to a Halloween party. Yeah, and I did not go as a vampire, which was odd. But I kind of had an idea last minute when I was digging through my costume closet, and I went with something different. And it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with the character I made up. Okay, got some good thumbs up. The Wild West has a 1 and a thumbs up. Okay. But so far in the SandBox, we have Soul Life, The True Democratic North, 56 Nick Rich, Xbox, Atticus Among Us, Hermeteorologist, The Reference Frame, Jet, The Wild West. Am I missing anyone? Am I missing anyone? No, I think I got everyone. Woot! Welcome everyone. But yes, I might have some pictures of my costume to share, but they don't give a full scale as to what my character was, because I didn't take any pictures of the third thing I was doing with it. So it was like 3 layers of costume that went into it. I should probably go and pull out the other thing that I did. That really made my character that I was doing for this Halloween party creepy as fuck. But you know, let me know. Let me know in the SandBox by like super chats or something if you want to see what my Halloween costume was. Hey, Abernappy. My cats have been acting weird. I've been acting weird. I'm feeling a little lightheaded right now. I haven't been eating normally lately. Yes. So, news broke on Friday about Bill 60, so we'll be getting into that for sure. Also, there were a couple things in my big rambly video about, because it wasn't just about Graham Plattner and his tattoo, but it was about trying to understand, like, is it possible to not know these things for like an extended period of time? Are we too purity cultured over here on the left and stuff like that? And I remembered that I didn't put it in my notes, but there was something I was going to compare it to, because I had a friend who got lots of tattoos. And again, this is where some differences will come in, because some people, like Lance from the Surface was saying, it was a ginormous tattoo. No, it wasn't. No. I've dabbled in tattoo culture. At one point I was interested in becoming a tattoo artist. It wasn't small, but I wouldn't exactly call it like a ginormous tattoo, because that would literally cover like a quarter of his torso for me to think of it as being like ginormous. And it was just the size of an orange. To me, that's not a ginormous tattoo. So sometimes it's a differencing of opinions. But I had a friend and she had a bunch of ginormous tattoos, like all over her, like down her arms and everything, like big, actual big tattoos. And she had a regular tattoo artist that she would go to. And so one time she went there and she wanted to get a wedding ring kind of tattooed on her finger. Oh, on her finger, right there. Some people do that. They get tattoo wedding rings. And the name of her partner was Zed. And so she wanted to get like a little, a little band here with a Z and a band that goes around. And the tattoo artist is like, you're a regular customer of mine. So I get what you want and I appreciate it, but just so you know, I will do this for you, but you should know that's a Nazi symbol. And she's like, huh? Because it kind of looks like the lightning bolt S type thing, and that's something that Nazis would do. And she's like, well, shit, I'm not gonna get that tattoo then. And the only reason why she was told this by her tattoo artist was her tattoo artist knew her. Her tattoo artist also didn't do hate tattoos at all. So he informed her, like, he was willing to do this one tattoo on her if she wanted, because he knew that it wasn't meant to be like a hate symbol for her, but thought she should probably know. So I could totally see like a tattoo artist just doing a tattoo on somebody, especially a stranger, especially, considering the type of clientele they might get, and never bother to inform the person, you know what, this is like a Nazi tattoo. You cool with that? I don't see that happening in a lot of instances in certain tattoo parlors when it comes to strangers. But that's also like another indication of like how easy it is to accidentally get something bad. Because, you might see a symbol and it might mean something to you, and then you go and get it done only to find out like, oh, shit, that's not good. That's something completely different. And yeah, and like I was also saying before, it's entirely possible that nobody told him because they didn't even know it existed. Like, how many people had seen Graham without a shirt on? And as somebody with tattoos, you don't necessarily just go around telling people, oh, by the way, I have all these tattoos. Care to see? I don't even think anyone in this sandbox knows how many tattoos I have. You've only ever seen the one, the snowflake on my arm. Yeah, you've only ever seen this one. But I don't think anyone actually knows how many tattoos I have or what they're of. So it's not a matter of no one would tell him. It's a matter of maybe the people who would have told him never even knew it was there. And this is all to say, it's not necessarily me trying to defend him, because I'm just saying that this is a possibility. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not saying that Graham Plattner absolutely did not know it was a Nazi tattoo. I'm just saying it is possible that somebody like him could not know. But I don't know what's in his head. So anyway. And so, yeah. I would probably add that into the video if I make a video essay on it. And so the video essay would just be me like talking into the camera and whatnot. But yeah, let me know with some more ones in the sandbox. Because so far I've only seen one, and that's not enough for me to want to do an entire video essay. I need a lot more support than that. Hello, Mozart. If you want to see this put into like a video essay. But also on Friday, I was showing off a drawing in progress. I haven't made any additions to it since Friday, so you might be seeing the same thing, but I'm working on a drawing of a doggy. Isn't she cute? It's only about halfway done. Got like in there 4 or 5 hours to go on it. But it's like, yeah, I could stop now and it'd still be a perfectly fine drawing, but it's about 4 or 5 hours away from being actually done because I need to work on more proper shading, more fine details, all that sort of stuff. So yeah. But yeah, I'm in a rambling mood. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. And I need to see like super support in the way of like super chats if you wanna see my Halloween costume that I had on last night. Only like I said, you'd be seeing a part of it because I had something else. It was like 3 layers of costume. But it creeped the fuck out of people. It was fun. It was fun. I liked it. I liked it. I went basically as a character, not just as somebody in a costume. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Okay, yeah. 56 Nick Rich. I watched the 1987 Reagan Library video that Rob Ford used for the World Series ad. Completely legitimate and no bullshit, period. Yeah, we're talking about that today. Let's see. Atticus Among Us also saying it definitely wasn't edited, actually worse in context. Yeah, it's one of those weird things, like, I want to judge Doug Ford right away, but this is very, is it utilitarian when you think of what the outcomes are? We don't know what the outcome of this is yet. We just don't. So it's hard to say, this was a brilliant move. Congratulations, Doug Ford. Or this was a shit move. Because my instinct is to say it was a shit move. Because, seriously, it's foreign policy. He's a premier. They don't do foreign stuff. He should keep his nose out of it. Plain and simple. He shouldn't be dealing with it that way. It's kind of like he's usurping the prime minister when he does shit like that. Not that I'm a fan of what the prime minister is doing, but I don't think he should then be interfering. It's know your lane, Doug Ford, as premier. Let's see what other people are saying. Mozart Nazis are the ones obsessed with purity. Stop calling standards and principles purity tests. I concur. There's a difference between, having standards and purity testing. The Wild West. I have some beautiful antique Jerusalem cross jewelry inherited from my uncle that Nazis have ruined for me. Yeah. Atticus Among Us, weren't the Russians putting Z on their tanks? I have no idea. Thing is a Z can look very close to a lightning bolt as well. Same when I sign my initials, the S and the L can look very suspiciously Nazi-like. Just the style that I tend to do it, but no, it's S and L. Hello, kitty cat. Let's see. 56 Nick Rich, I noticed that most Canadians don't accept what our American neighbors consider normal regarding political opinions. Good things happen when folks are sane. Huh, yeah, it would be nice. Jumped a bit. Where was I? Okay. Hey, no, don't eat that. That's my headphones. Hello, John Litham. Atticus Among Us. Imagine a leftist tattoo artist refusing to do a Nazi piece and it going to the Supreme Court. Well, here in Canada, you wouldn't have to worry about that because, hate speech and stuff like that is actually illegal. We do not have freedom of speech the same way as in the States. And so I would suspect that most tattoo parlors aren't allowed to do blatant hate symbols on people. But I don't know for sure. It was a long time ago. I was thinking about trying to become a tattoo artist, and I was hanging around a tattoo parlor for a while thinking about it and whatnot. If there was like a proper class for it or something, I'd be interested. You need more non-men being tattoo artists. Let's see. Hermatologist, and apparently BC is making an anti-tariff ad too. Hey, no, get that out of your mouth. You want off my lap, Abernathy? Atticus Among Us. I thought it was a fantastic play, regardless of who at the table threw the card down. Are you talking about the ad that Doug Ford did? But yeah, so going to be talking about the White House, going to be talking about the ad. Let's see, what order do I want to do these in? And then going to be talking about, probably, let's start with the White House stuff, actually. And then talking a lot about Bill 60 here in Ontario, because I'm scared, to put it plainly. It will most likely mean that I will end up unhoused. Me and a whole bunch of other people who rely on disability, who are seniors with fixed incomes. And it's quite apparent Doug Ford doesn't care about it, because already 80,000 people were in tent encampments last year. So he doesn't actually care. So it's, yeah. Hello, Bad Lefty. And also, super big shout out and thank you to my UK comrades, because somebody has gifted me a membership to My Left Eye, No Justice, and Kevin Logan's channel. All of them. Like, wow, thank you. Super appreciate it. I have to take advantage of them while I can. Hi, kitty cat. He can't stay on my lap very long because I move around a lot, because pressure points, and he's a very heavy kitty. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Say hi to everyone first. Hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Down you go, down you go. Oh. Oh, okay. Switch legs. And we should probably get into it. You know, he wasn't doing this a half hour ago. He's only doing it right now. Oh. Come on, come on. Say hi to everyone. It's like he's trying to reach out and give you all a big hug. I have a cute picture, actually, of a kitty cat hug. Killskin 7, does Bill 60 only end rent control, or is it there even more hidden in it? It's more than just ending rent control. Yeah, we'll be getting into it. No, you gotta stay down, sweetie. You gotta stay down. Okay? I'm trying to work. I'm working. Keep a roof over your head, sweetie. It's not like you're paying the bills. Okay. Let's get into it. So, I'm not a nationalistic type of person. I'm sure many of you are aware. I don't, I'm not married to like the Canadian flag or anything of that sort, despite the fact that it's in my logo up there in the corner, but that's more as an identifier so that people know, which perspective I'm coming from, which country I'm talking about for the most part. Yes, Abernathy, I know you want back up on my lap, but I'm busy. I'm busy. But the oh, we got a super chat. Okay, let's do this. So I do this. I need to figure out a quicker way of doing this. And I can't do this when I have anything else on my screen, unfortunately. There we go. Sorry, I'm getting this there. I need to figure out a quicker, easier way of doing this, but it is what it is right now. Boom. There we go. Thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 super chat saying kitty treats with the kitty cat emoji. Super appreciate it, and they do like their treats. In particular, I give treats to... Hello, my left eye. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Yes, Frodo gets a lot of the treats because he eats them, and I will give him junk food if that's what he eats, you know. Welcome, my left eye. We're just about to get into it. We got some pond jumpers. I'm going to be talking about the White House being demolished, the symbolism behind that. But most importantly, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world, this is an important story because like people's lives are on the line. I'm not joking. Bill 60 here in Ontario is something that Doug Ford just announced. And Doug Ford is the Premier of Ontario. It would end rent control in this province altogether. 30% of the people in this province rent. And this would just get rid of rent control. And people on disability, seniors, fixed incomes, will lose our homes. And it's a devastating story. The news was breaking on Friday. I'll be getting into that story in just a little bit, but first we're going to be going over the White House and the symbolism behind it being destroyed, as well as an ad that Doug Ford did that cost $75 million, and the end of trade relations between Canada and the United States, because why not? And a few other things. There's a lot to go over, and I was just about to get started talking about the White House. So, like I was saying, I'm not a nationalistic type of person. There is a maple leaf flag in the corner there, but that's just to indicate to people I'm Canadian, and that's where my political biases are coming from. But there is something about the White House, because it's not just like a nationalistic thing, it's like a cultural icon thing. It is something that is very recognizable, more recognizable than Parliament Hill here in Canada, because you could probably show the Parliament buildings and a lot of people, they might eventually guess it, but when you say, can you just picture Parliament Hill off the top of your head? A lot of people won't necessarily think, oh yeah, it's this, and then there's a tall peak in the middle. They don't necessarily know off the top of their head what Parliament Hill looks like, but everyone knows the White House because it's in their culture, it's in their movies, it's a representation of what the American dream, you know, what they claimed the American dream was. You know, there is no such thing as the American dream, but it was a representation of this ideal of the American dream. And like, to me, I appreciate cultural heritage sites. You know, when churches are bombed and destroyed, or museums or other old architecture like Gaza being leveled and all the heritage and cultural buildings there that were just destroyed. You can't get them back. You could potentially rebuild them, but it's not the same. It doesn't have that essence of the people who built it, the ideals behind it. You're never going to exactly duplicate it. It's impossible. And so, like, I'm not married to the White House, you know. You pond jumpers and us over here in Canada kind of burned it down in 1814. So it's not like I'm married to the idea of it, but it's just, I think it's the pettiness of it. It's you're destroying this cultural heritage landmark for what? A fucking ballroom that is just so egregiously grotesque. Like, it's just it's it's a symbol of what's happening to the United States right now. And I have like so many questions about this that aren't being answered in the media. Like, how was this allowed to happen? Yes, it's illegal. What he did was illegal. You can't just go and destroy part of the White House like that. But it just seemed to kind of happen out of the blue to us. But people would have had to have known ahead of time. You can't just, you know, unless you're in, the West Bank, you can't just bring a bulldozer in and bulldoze over a house like that. Like, you have to cut the electrical, you have to cut the plumbing in certain areas, you have to take all these things into consideration. Were there things in there actually removed, or were they just crushed? Like, certain artworks or things built into it, statues, paintings, like all this stuff that goes into the design of what the White House was, were they just crushed and destroyed too? Because the amount of time it would have taken them to come out properly, like you normally strip down an area before you demolish it, people would have had to have known that something was happening. And they would have had to, like, then I would imagine that there's somebody there with some principles that would have been like, hey, press, guess what's happening in the East Wing right now? We're actually removing all this stuff, which is indicating that Trump is going to destroy it all. But there was none of that. None of that. And so I'm wondering, like, did all these pieces in the East Wing also just get destroyed? Because it's like even the artwork and the banisters that go up around the staircases and stuff, like all of this just gone? Nobody took it out? Because it would have taken months to do this properly, at a bare minimum. So he just destroyed it. And I'm just, it kind of boggles my mind, because when I was talking about this briefly on Friday, there were people who thought, what, he's going to destroy the East Wing? That's horrible. And it's like, no, he's not going to. He already has, in a matter of just a couple days. And the fact that there weren't people like on the streets preventing this equipment from getting there or anything just kind of blows my mind. But it is a symbol of what's happening to the United States right now, that you have this orange man just coming in and doing whatever the fuck he wants. And it's like, it was a big thing in the movie Independence Day, watching the White House get blown up. Well, now a third of it is gone. And it just kind of went out in a whisper. It didn't take aliens. It just took one orange man to come in there and bulldoze it over. Like, even the people who were involved in that, have they no loyalty to their country? Like, it just blows my mind. But let's get into some of how this happened. So here we have Trump waves around rendering of his new ballroom, which appears to be entirely gold. Like, already behind him, look at all this gaudy gold stuff. Like, here's a gold ego. Wonder what imagery that brings up in your brain. Like, it's just, it is a weird fetish to have everything in gold.
The ballroom. I think there'll be nothing like it. And it's being paid for 100% by me, and some friends of mine don't.
I doubt that. I really do doubt that. That is just, these donations he's getting from his friends to do this. I'm fairly certain somehow public money is going into this. That's not all just private donations. And then those private donations are bribes. They're to get into his good graces and everything.
Do it. The government's paying absolutely nothing. We're also working with the military on it, because they want to make sure everything's perfect, and the military is very much involved in this.
Again, that indicates this should have been a process. It should have taken months to actually, get the go-ahead to tear down a third of the White House. Like, to do this properly, to make sure that everything in there that is valuable is taken out, all of that, it would have taken months. So the military probably knew he was going to do this so that they didn't, execute the people in the backhoes and whatnot. But I don't think they were cooperating per se.
They want to make sure everything is absolutely beautiful. You can see the kind of interiors that we're talking about. That's an interior of the ballroom. And it's the highest level. And you see it goes...
It's ugly. I'm sorry, that is ugly. It is just... It's ugly. Like, it'd be one thing if you're tearing down a third of the White House to actually replace it with something that's like, wow, this is a new tourist attraction. Like, this is amazing. This is astonishing. I've seen this at, like, golf resorts. Golf clubs have big halls like this. Maybe not to as big as, like, 70,000 square feet is what he wants. But the interior to this looks no different than a country club hall. There's nothing unique or special about it.
Beautifully with the White House. I mean, the mix is beautiful. So,
And hello to my left eye in the SandBox, gold member from Austin Powers. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Or there was that, is it a Greek myth about the king who wanted the ability to touch anything to make it into gold and then touched his wife and his wife turned into gold? And he actually felt bad about it. You see, Trump wouldn't. He wouldn't, though. That's the thing. He would easily turn all the people in that room to gold and then be like, this is great. This is great.
over the years, many presidents have made changes. This obviously would be the biggest change, but this was something they've wanted for at least 150 years.
Here's the thing. If all the government and the presidents have wanted this for 150 years, they would have done it by now. They're kind of keen on making these symbols and landmarks and stuff. They would have done it by now. Oh, that's the end of that clip. Well, here's another clip. So, reporter, many people were surprised the entire East Wing is being demolished because you said initially that the ballroom would just touch. Trump, it was, well, we'll listen to the clip, but it always starts with Trump saying, it's just going to touch. It won't actually interfere with it. And it's only going to be $250 million. And then suddenly it's like, nope, the entire East Wing is gone. And it's probably going to be $350 million to build this. Like, not only that, like, just the security risk alone from having so many people come in that would be needed to actually build this ballroom. Like, the security risk of that to the White House. Like, again, this is something that it should have taken months at a bare minimum to tear it down, but it would take years to, like, vet the company, vet all the people going through, make sure that they have clearance to be in the property. Are you going to have security there to watch all these people as they're doing that, to make sure that they don't wander or do espionage type things? Like, this is just, it's ludicrous. All of this.
Sir, just changing this topic slightly, I see you've got the model of the White House and the ballroom. Many people were surprised the entire East Wing is being demolished because you had said initially that the ballroom would just touch or would not.
Well,
touch
certain
it.
areas
What
are being
happened?
certain areas are being left. We determined that
Certain areas are being left of the East Wing. No. There's video. I was looking for a video on Friday about it. I found that video, so we're going to be seeing that in just a little bit.
after really a tremendous amount of study with some of the best architects in the world, we determined that really knocking it down, trying to use a little section. You know, the East Wing was not much. There was not much left from the original. It was over the course of 100 years, it was changed. The columns were removed, and it was a much different building than a
So there were some slight renovations that have happened on it since it was first built. That's different than leveling the entire thing like a bomb went off.
Story was added on in 1948, 1949. There was a story added on, which was not particularly nice.
Yes, there were things added on. There weren't things removed. There were things added onto it. You could have added a ballroom onto it, but to destroy it, again, just,
And the building was very, very much changed from what it was originally. It was never thought of as being much. It was a very small building. And rather than allowing that to hurt a very expensive, beautiful building that, frankly, they've been after for years. You have that. I brought these along so people could see, but it's, you know, there's a relative, nobody's actually seen anything quite like it. I think it'll be one of the great ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's about 300.
throughout these 3 clips, like, it's like every time he gets the chance, he wants to hold up the pictures. Like this is some sort of story time with Donald Trump. Look at the pictures as I tell you the story about what we're doing. It's like, look at these great pictures, these printed out pictures. And it's just having this old grandpa there just being like, look at these pictures, this is what it's going to be and stuff. It's so unprofessional. It's so, again, it's just disrespectful of like the entire institute of what this was, what the presidency used to be. The fact that the population has just allowed this to happen.
$1 million. It's set to do many, many things, including meetings of foreign leaders, including the honoring of foreign leaders.
Oh, because there was nowhere to do that before. Okay, got it.
You can see this. This is a plan. If it's got tables so that you honor a foreign leader.
Wait a sec. You need tables to honor people? Oh, fuck. I don't have any tables here. I have a couple desks in my apartment, but how can I honor everyone when I don't even have a table in my apartment? I have to work on that so I can honor my guests, make them guests of honor by having a table for them to sit at. It's shocking. There's going to be tables in the ballroom that will honor people. Wow. Wow. That makes it all worth it. The tables to honor the foreign dignitaries. Yep. Tables.
We have a proper space. Right now, we have a space that with tables holds about 79 people. And this is a proper kind of a thing. Now, what the White House was doing, as you know, is they were putting tents out on the lawn. This is an interior shot of the ballroom. I think there'll be nothing like
Look at this picture and next picture and next picture.
it. And it's being paid for 100% by me and some friends of mine, donors.
Like, you couldn't even put this on proper cardstock. You know, this is just the printer that they have in their little office. You know, at least so that the paper isn't flopping around. You couldn't even do that? No?
To it. The government's paying absolutely nothing.
I call bullshit on that. And then there, when somebody asks, claiming, you know what, you haven't really been transparent on this.
I just want a quick follow-up on that question. Your response to people who say that you haven't been transparent enough about this?
I haven't been transparent?
That some of your critics feel it should
I've shown this to everybody that would.
I've shown these pictures printed out on paper. You know, we have like the office supply closet, and that took out a whole stack of paper. Show you guys this. The paper is on like, it's real paper. It's not like that translucent paper. So I'm being completely transparent. The paper isn't. I am.
Listen, third-rate reporters didn't see it because they didn't look. You're a third-rate reporter, always have been.
A third-grade reporter? What is that even supposed to mean? Like, was he trying to say a third-rate reporter? Because the third-grade reporter, so what? You have an 8-year-old in there? I don't know. Is that how old kids are in third grade? I don't know.
Third-rate reporters didn't look, but anybody that asked, these pictures have been in newspapers. They've been all over the place.
holding up the paper again. Gotta show the pictures. Oh yeah, it's been in newspapers and no, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Place, and you know, we're very proud of it. It's gotten great reviews. It's gotten really great reviews. So I think we've been more transparent than anybody's ever been.
Why do you believe Mr. President? I just want to quick.
So somebody here pointing out, that's a historical building and that motherfucker just tore it apart. The East Wing facade was built in 1902. No president has ever demolished part of the White House for their own personal gain. And don't even try to say that's not what this is. It's also possibly illegal. No, it's definitely illegal. Get that bastard son of a bitch criminal off the goddamn White House. And the thing is that everyone should have seen this type of thing coming when he cemented over the Rose Garden. Like, do people forget he got rid of the Rose Garden? Could they then not imagine he would do something as gaudy as this? Because here it is, like, showing the picture, White House being demolished, East Wing facade to build Trump's ballroom. None of this is being done properly. You can't just go in and do this without properly stripping down the entire wing first. And I don't see how they could have done that without a lot of people knowing. And you see, they had to put up these walls here, these boards, because too many people were taking pictures of this. It was upsetting a lot of people. Go figure. But the images are there. So Republicans against Trump had tweeted out, breaking, Trump has changed his mind and decided to demolish the entire East Wing of the White House. The New York Times reports, how is this even legal? I seriously doubt it is. And so at first he was saying, oh, well, we're just going to demolish a little part of it. And now it's like, nope, the entire thing is gone. Just like that, in a matter of days, before the public could even be aware this was happening. And this is the video that I was hoping to find. It's just music playing, so we don't need the audio on here. Can I make this full screen? Let's see. What if I click on it? No. It's just like that. This is like, you know, when they show what happens after a hurricane and they do this bar thing to see, like, the destruction. That's a third of the White House gone. So it just took 5 days. I think they got their dates mixed up on that, because they're saying October 28th up there, but then October 23rd when it was all destroyed. So I think they kind of reversed the dates, but yeah, it took 5 days. Just like that. Just like that. Wow. But this next image I did find amusing. I found this amusing. Hence why it's here. That's no ballroom. Yeah, no, I see it. It's kind of cute. I like this. I'm a Star Wars buff, so I kind of like this. That's not a ballroom. You see, people in Star Wars, when they first saw the Death Star, they're like, oh, that's no moon. That's no ballroom. Oh, that's horrible. But the thing is that the type of person that's willing to just destroy a piece of this, and that's the thing that fascist governments love to do when they first get in, is to destroy all the pre-existing cultural signifiers. They want to get rid of it to replace it with like the new regime that's in and whatnot. And the fact that he's willing to do this is an indication he's not planning on leaving. because this is what fascists do when they're establishing the regime, is to get rid of past cultural representations of what the country was and whatnot. And the thing is that he's saying it out loud. Mehdi Hassan is tweeting out a few things to point out, like, they're not coding it anymore. They're just flat out saying what they're going to do. And destroying the White House is a good indication that, yeah, they totally mean all of this. They totally mean all of it. So Mehdi Hassan was just saying this is code for saying we can't have a free and fair election, which we lose in 2028. And yeah, so Trump is doing this ballroom all for himself. If you're going to build it right, it's going to take a while. Probably longer than what his presidency should be under legal election laws. He's not planning on leaving, people. He's not planning on leaving. So we can never let what happened in, well, don't need to read the quote. He says it.
Or really, I think it's got to be handled in a proper way. If it's not handled in a proper way, we don't want it to happen again. We can never let what happened in the 2020 election happen again. We just can't let that happen. And so the way we go, I know Cash is working on it, everybody's working on it, and certainly Tulsi's working on it. We can't let that happen again to our country. Look at what's happened where you have millions of people being allowed to come into our country, all because of a crooked election, where they come from prisons, they come from jails, they come from mental institutions and insane asylums, they're drug dealers. The people that they've allowed to come into our country, we cleaned up for really.
No, we can't allow another free and fair election. And one of the people behind a lot of this fascist rise around the world, through Western countries in particular, Steve Bannon. He's been on tour, and this is why I'm constantly saying we need to have more like cross-border solidarity, cross-pond solidarity. It's because you have somebody like Steve Bannon, who is going on global tour to help with the rise of fascism, and we don't have anything similar on the left. Like, we have pockets of leftists, but nobody that is like going global to try to build leftist organizations, governments, that sort of thing. We don't have that. But Steve Bannon is that person on the right. He helped get Trump elected, even though he had like falling outs and stuff. But this is all part of Steve Bannon's plan, and he's just saying it. They're just saying their intention. They're not hiding it anymore. So again, Mehdi Hassan saying they're literally shouting it out loud. Their plan to overturn the Constitution and democracy, they're not hiding it. They're bragging about it. And the media are just ignoring it, or worse, normalizing it. The biggest story perhaps in modern American history. Kill me now. I think he was being facetious about that. But here we go.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28. And people just ought to get
No, he's just going to get a third term. How he gets it, who cares? But he's going to get it.
accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right?
Yep.
And he'll.
How about no? How about no? I hope this isn't copywritten material, but how about no? Just this whole language and everything behind it. And the thing is that it's easy to use Trump as this messiah figure for them because he's the buffer. He's the one that they throw in there saying Trump is the one doing all this destruction and stuff. But Trump is laying the groundwork he doesn't have that long to live, like his age and his health. But people like Steve Bannon and stuff still have decades to go. So they're using Trump as their wrecking ball to make America into what they want for the next several decades, long after Trump has passed away. So that's all Trump is to them, is a wrecking ball as they rebuild the country in their image. And so this won't be over when Trump is gone. He's just there to do the destruction. It's these people who are rebuilding it that are some of the biggest threats out there. And again, people on the right were like, oh, people on the left, they're being mean. They're calling us fascists and dictators, and they're the ones causing the violence. Really? We're the ones. No, Trump just says here that they're going to premeditatively murder people. It's premeditation at this point. People in boats. We're just going to kill them. Like, that's the quote. We're going to kill them. This is the actual quote from the President of the United States. They're just going to kill people. No trial, no evidence, just kill them.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay? Yeah.
And Mr. President.
No, we're just going to kill them. No trial, no nothing. We're just going to kill them. If they're willing to do this to people that they think are bringing drugs, it's not going to be long before they just start doing that to Americans, full-fledged Americans. Because already Americans are kind of getting caught up. You know, if ICE is suspicious of their immigration status or something, American citizens are getting caught up in that. But it won't be long before this turns into the Philippine dictator, whatever his name was. I can't remember off the top of my head. Duterte? Yeah. Where he's like, no, we just start killing all these drug dealers and stuff and people we suspect of being drug dealers. How long before that happens in the United States at this point? If they're testing the water by saying, we're just killing these people, this is the next step to be like, well, now we're going to kill American drug dealers. That's the next step. He's just seeing what he can get away with. And these aren't like little leaps or anything. Like, these are big leaps that he's making suddenly. And so we saw this with the White House. First, it's like, oh, it won't touch it at all. Then it'll touch it a little bit. Then we just need to destroy a little bit. Now the whole East Wing is gone. That's what's happening now. First, it's the boats. Then it's like, well, people crossing the border. Then, you know, it's foreigners on American soil selling drugs. And then it will be, no, just all drug dealers. Anyone we suspect of being a drug dealer, we can just kill. And Mehdi Hassan, again, just also kind of pointing out, like, this guy's gone insane. He's the mad dictator right now. And he's just being allowed to be this mad dictator because he's the wrecking ball. So he's saying there's literally nothing Biden said or did, gaffed, misspoke, misremembered, not even that car crash debate that comes close to this level of derangement and proud detachment from reality. 25th Amendment territory right here. And so Midas Touch had tweeted out one of his truth socials. Wow, very impressive for them to do all of this in 2020 while Trump was president and they weren't in government. Very normal post from the president of the United States. And the post was, just in, Democrats show conclusively that Christopher Wray, deranged Jack Smith, Merrick Garland, Lisa Monaco, and other crooked lowlives from failed Biden administration signed off on Operation Arctic Frost. They spied on senators and congressmen/women and even taped their calls. They cheated and rigged the 2020 presidential election. These radical left lunatics should be prosecuted for their illegal and highly unethical behavior. Ain't nobody in these comments here were radical left. Again, they're making big leaps here. First it's the drug dealers, and then it'll be, well, we should just start executing the radical left before they start interfering with the government. Like, a year ago, people would have probably thought, no, this would never happen in America. But I think anyone who's paying attention right now, it's like, oh, this could definitely happen in America now. Donald Trump has completely lost his mind. He's the mad dictator, but he is the wrecking ball the right wing wants right now because he is doing it. He is clearing the path for what they want to get through. It is disturbing on so many levels. Okay, so next we're going to get into the ad about that Doug Ford released. But before we do that, I'm going to check the SandBox. Is this it? Yeah. So we're going to talk about the ad that Doug Ford released that Donald Trump is like, okay, so we're just ending trade negotiations with Canada. And later on, very important in this live stream for anyone who's watching right now, pond jumpers, locals, cross-borderers from the States, Bill 60 here in Ontario. Everyone needs to pay attention to it because it's life and death for a lot of people. Me included. Okay. Let's check what people are saying in the SandBox. Also, for people who are showing up a bit late, if you serenade me with super chats, you can see what I dressed up as in the Halloween party I went to yesterday. Not a vampire, which I didn't realize I wouldn't be until I was digging through my costume closet and I put together something. I'm like, this kind of rocks. But let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Okay. Hello, Flow Snake. Yori Gibson. Hello, Mobius UK. Sorry if I miss your names. Because we have My Left Eye. Good evening, everyone. Solidarity from the UK. JK, not just a ballroom, a golden ballroom. Yeah. The reference frame, to be frank, 90% of the stuff he did in the last 8 months are illegal. Yeah. There's nobody stopping him. Like, that's the thing. There's all this process and stuff, but he's just ignoring it. But then the Democrats will always say, we have to follow procedure in order to get things done. Nope. I want to see somebody be this bold on the left, like come in and like, nope, we're just making healthcare public. We're just doing it. We're just doing it. Deal with it. We're socializing all housing. Just deal with it. Like, can't they do anything for the good this way? Expropriation of properties. Yay. Let's see. The Wild West, he just wants to cover everything with fake gold like any despot. Yeah. Hello, Peasant Revolt. Thanks for introducing me to a new channel, Lefty. Are you talking about me, Lefty, or Lefty I? But welcome to the SandBox. Let's see what people are saying. Yori Gibson, Miller, and Vance Thiel encouraging him sick bastards. The Wild West, it looks bad. The original White House had some good aesthetics. You don't necessarily have to love the design of the White House, but it was cultural. You recognized it. It had a vibe. It had a feel to it. Because, You know, I've only been to Parliament Hill a couple times. I've never even had a tour of Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And if it's anything like Queen's Park, the thought of just destroying a part of it, because I've been to Queen's Park, which is the head of Parliament in Ontario, and I've had the tour there and stuff. And maybe because it's more European inspired, but you know, there are things like sculpted into the walls and everything, murals and reliefs and stuff that you can't just remove. And the floor, the ceiling, the everything about it. You like the idea of just, oh no, we're just going to destroy part of it. And then it wouldn't surprise me if he's selling off pieces of it. Like, here are some things that we took from the East Wing and selling it off to people. Mobius UK, gaudy and superficial, yeah. $56 Nick Ridge, gold paint is cheap and using it proves you're tasteless. Yeah, just sit there with a spray ball. Spray painting everything orange. My left eye, the orange version must have touched him ages ago. Yeah. Let's see. JK, a picture is worth 1,000 words, or maybe in this case 4. I am an idiot. Yeah. Etchbox bets on Kia getting married in that ballroom. Yeah, I suppose some people will want to get married there. The reference frame. Did he add a McDonald's with a Sharpie on the picture of the ballroom yet? Not yet. I'm pretty sure he's on it. He's on it. Don't give him ideas. Ah, like he's watching my channel. Don't give him ideas. I actually had McDonald's last night after my Halloween party because I was hungry. I literally have not eaten at McDonald's for years. I just got a McCrispy chicken sandwich and a small fry. And it was $13 for that. We can't afford to live these days here. Like, it's just because I don't get fast food all that often. I can't afford to. It used to be that was the cheap option for meals and stuff. It's gone. It's gone. Flow Snake, he says the government paying absolutely nothing. In the next breath, the military will be involved. In other words, he admitted he was lying about the government, the people paying nothing. Yeah, absolutely. The people are paying in more ways than one. Yori Gibson, the Palestinians in Gaza have to walk on poisonous dust from the buildings and white phosphorus bombs, the ones that are not starving. Yeah. What these Western nations have done to Gaza is just... There is not enough justice in the world to hold them accountable the way they need to be. Bad Lefty, I can see him trying to stay on in 2028 if he's alive. God willing, that issue may resolve itself in the meantime. But like I said, he's the wrecking ball. It's the people that are directing the wrecking ball that will be building from the ashes of the White House, quite literally this time. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. Oh, and it jumped. Where was I? I don't know what some of these references are to. 56 Nick Rich. Midas Touch Network is fantastic. It's good that they're gaining momentum. Hello, B-Cat. Flow Steak. Lefty refers to my left eye, left of the box. Yeah. So many similar names. Peasant Revolt was thanking my left eye for bringing me here. Well, welcome to the SandBox for Canadian takes on stuff. I do cover cross-pond issues every now and then. See the connections? You see, you pond jumpers and us over here in Canada, we get each other. You know, we understand what the other is going through. You have Keir Starmer, we have Mark Carney. They're really, like, Mark Carney is the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. You know, you have a parliament, we have a parliament. You refer to an MP, we refer to MPs here. You say first past the post, and I say FPTP, and you know what I'm talking about. We get each other. We get that. It's like, yes, we have a multi-party system, but that doesn't mean that we have a multi-party government. We get it. You and I over here. We need more cross-pond solidarity. And I'm loving the solidarity I'm getting from across the pond. Like, you over there have been super supportive, and I really appreciate it. The Wild West. It used to be 45 cents for a cheeseburger. Yeah. Yuri Gibson, that is wild. 13 bucks, same here. Yeah. For a small fry and a crispy chicken sandwich. It wasn't even a combo. Lefty, you live next to the U.S. evil empire. We live next to the evil British Empire. Okay, have a good night, 56 Nick Rich. Have a good night, Flow Snake. That's the thing about the pond jumpers is you're hopping on just when it's getting really late over there, but I appreciate it. You can always come back and watch the full live streams later on. Definitely when I start talking about Bill 60, I need people to really amplify that story. Okay, let's get back into it. Ooh. I need a drink. So, a couple live streams ago. Oh, Peasant Revolt. Unfortunately, I live in the U.S., but have been a global politics junkie for a very long time. Oh, well. I talk about cross-border solidarity because your fascism is leaking up here, and I wish, well, it's not all unique. Like, you know, there's a lot of homegrown fascism and white supremacy up here. No doubt about it. But we do need more cross-border, cross-pond solidarities. Because we're about to talk about the trade war that's going on between Canada and the U.S. and how Doug Ford kind of stepped in it. But yes, a couple live streams ago, I was talking about a really dorky ad that Doug Ford put together. He's the Premier of Ontario. You pond jumpers probably know what I mean by that. So he's the head of state of the province. And He used quotes from Ronald Reagan about tariffs and stuff, and it's not the first time Doug Ford has tried to interfere with this type of foreign trade negotiations. And I've talked about it before, and my biggest issue with it is it's not his lane. He's a provincial government. Foreign affairs is federal level issues. Like it's the federal government deals with foreign affairs, not provincial governments. They can work on little trade negotiations across the border and whatnot, but to be stepping in it this big, to be making such a splash, he's been on, American networks, news to talk about, the AmCan partnership that he wants. He's constantly usurping the prime minister with his messaging. Now, I'm not a fan of how Mark Carney has been handling this either. He's been horrid at handling this. Having like these two parts of our government mishandling it, but in different ways, doesn't help. It's not good. But a lot of people are thinking that simply because this pissed off Donald Trump, this ad, therefore it must be good. And the thing is that we won't know until this actually plays out. Now, a lot of criticisms about Mark Carney is he's done nothing but capitulate to Donald Trump, and we've gotten nothing in return. Like, he kept on saying, elbows up. He was the one to stand up against Donald Trump. And yet he's constantly rolled over, conceded, capitulated. And people who are diehard liberals are constantly saying it's, 3D chess or whatever. He's playing the long game and all this sort of stuff. And meanwhile, we have got nothing. Nothing. Mark Carney doesn't have a win to show us in any of this. And it's because of that Doug Ford feels like he needs to butt in because we've had no wins and Doug Ford thinks he can do it better. So that's what he's been trying to do. And he's been trying to influence foreign negotiations, which is not his lane. And it's just messing everything up. And now, because of that ad, well, Donald Trump had a bit of a temper tantrum. How dare you do that? And so let's get into it. This is from Richard Southern. He's a reporter for City News saying, breaking, U.S. President Trump says he is terminating all trade talks with Canada, and he's citing the Ford government's U.S. television ad featuring Ronald Reagan as the reason. This is the ad in question. Premier Ford has been touting it in recent weeks, mentioning in recent speech that it was his idea. The ad cost Ontario taxpayers $75 million, not the 75,000 that Trump indicated. Yes, Trump misquoted that in the thing. So I've shown the ad before. You can always click on the ad. You can find the ad easy enough. It's all over the place if you want to see it for yourself. But it's just, it quotes Ronald Reagan from his actual footage type thing. But this is what Donald Trump had truth socialed. The Ronald Reagan Foundation has just announced that Canada has fraudulently used an advertisement which is fake, featuring Ronald Reagan speaking negatively about tariffs. That's been debunked. They're quoting it exactly. It's not fake. These are Ronald Reagan's actual words. The ad was for $75,000. Did he just mess up the conversion? Thinking 75 million Canadian, that works out to, they're 100 times smaller. So then that would be 75,000 American. So yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so he's not far off with the exchange and everything. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what 75 million American would be, but it's not 75,000. They only did this to interfere with the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court and other courts. Tariffs are very important to the national security and economy of the USA. Based on their egregious behavior, all trade negotiations with Canada are hereby terminated. So based on the egregious actions of Doug Ford, who claimed responsibility for this ad, all negotiations are halted. Yay! Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. And so here's the serves. We've already reached the point where real things that happened in our video can be discounted because of AI technology by the President of the United States. And this is something that, you know, a lot of us have been warning about with the advent of AI, because it's not just a matter of, you know, the deep fakes going out there. It's now when something truthful is caught, the person can just claim, oh, well, that was a deep fake. It was just a deep fake. You know, I didn't actually say that. Can you prove I actually said that? Versus this being a deep fake. And now it's happening already. It's just there's so many sources from the original Ronald Reagan tapes that we know without a shadow of a doubt that what was in the ad was quoted properly. But let's hear what he actually had to say to this. I haven't actually listened to this yet, so we'll listen to it together. But just here, like, readers added context to the video from Donald Trump. Ronald Reagan's statement praising free trade as reported in a commercial broadcast in Ontario are not generated by artificial intelligence, as can be easily verified from the audio transcript provided by a reliable source. So it's not fake news, it's real.
I don't know. They cheated on a commercial. Ronald Reagan loved tariffs, and they said he didn't. And I guess it was AI or something. They cheated badly. Canada got caught cheating on a commercial. Can you believe it? Yeah.
The only thing we cheat at is... I don't know. What does Canada normally cheat with? We don't cheat at hockey. Poutine making? No. Maple syrup? That's real. Canada only cheats on... Darn it, I should be wittier than this. I'm still trying to think of a good joke for that. I should write these things down ahead of time. Have them ready to go. I don't know. You fill in the blank. Somebody that is more spontaneously witty than me. Figure out what Canada cheats on regularly. So, Donald Trump did a few posts about this, not just the one, but he was really mad about this. And so Ron here was also posting another Truth Social from Trump, saying, I don't think his continued rants this morning on the subject is going to slow down people digging up and posting all the Reagan clips showing that he consistently opposed tariffs for 50 years. So that is one of the things that people supporting this ad are pointing to, is that it's actually bringing a lot of attention to tariffs, and the fact that Ronald Reagan, somebody that the conservatives love to, you know, put up on a pedestal, was actually very much opposed to tariffs, and there's lots and lots of evidence. And so a lot of people who might not have been aware of Ronald Reagan's opinions and views on this, or have heard him speak on this, are now doing so. So this is having like the Streisand effect on it. So some people who are supportive of this ad are pointing that out. Not to mention the original $75 million spent on it, with all the publicity that Trump is giving this ad and everything. It's getting tens of millions of dollars worth of play more than what the province actually had to spend on it. So the next Truth Socialed was Canada cheated and got caught. They fraudulently took a big guy ad saying that Ronald Reagan did not like tariffs when he actually loved tariffs for the country and its national security, which we know is not true. Canada is trying to illegally influence the United States Supreme Court in one of the most important rulings in the history of our country. No. And all Western nations try to influence other countries' politics. It's the way they play the game. Canada has long cheated on tariffs, charging our farmers as much as 400% That sounds like an exaggeration. Now they and other countries can't take advantage of the U.S. any longer. Thank you to Ronald Reagan Foundation for exposing this fraud. Make America great again. And there's actual comparisons and stuff. People saying, no, the Ronald Reagan Foundation must have just been licking his ass, because this is what Ronald Reagan actually said. It's his words. The only thing Canadians cheat at are apologies. Sure, I'll go with that. So here's from City News. Trump threatens to punish Canada with 10% extra import tax for not pulling down anti-tariffs ad sooner. So not only is he ending trade negotiations, he's penalizing us for this. Thank you, Doug Ford. Thanks a lot. And Trump still doesn't know how tariffs work. He thinks of it as a tax on the governments when it's not, even though by this time I'm pretty sure people have spelt it out for him in crayon, how tariffs work and how it's hurting Americans and American companies. But he's just stuck in his head that this is what he wants tariffs to be, and that's what it is to him. It's his reality. So President Donald Trump said Saturday that he plans to hike tariffs on imports Canadian goods by an extra 10% because of an anti-tariff television ad aired by the province of Ontario. Doug Ford. It was Doug Ford. The ad used the words from former President Ronald Reagan to criticize U.S. tariffs, angering Trump, who said he would end trade talks with Canada. Ontario's Premier Doug Ford said he would pull the ad after the weekend, and it ran Friday night during the first game of the World Series. Their advertisement was to be taken down immediately, but they let it run last night during the World Series, knowing it was a fraud, Trump said in a post. Because of this, and so this is the post. Canada was caught red-handed putting up a fraudulent advertisement on Ronald Reagan's speech on tariffs. The random capitalizations in all of his things drive me crazy as somebody who's a writer. Just grammar people. I miss that. You know, social media posting and stuff like that, especially the way Gen Z likes to post with like no periods or punctuation at all. Drives me freaking insane. Anyway, the Reagan Foundation said that they created an ad campaign using selective audio and video of President Ronald Reagan. The ad misrepresents the presidential radio address and did not seek nor receive permission to use and edit these remarks. It's open domain. You can do it. You can use it. You don't need permission. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute is reviewing its legal options in this matter. There are none. The sole purpose of this fraud was Canada's hope that the United States Supreme Court will come to their rescue on tariffs that they have used for years to hurt the United States. Not true, not true, and not true. Now the United States is able to defend itself against high and overbearing Canadian tariffs, and those from the rest of the world as well. Ronald Reagan loved tariffs for purposes of national security and the economy, but Canada said he didn't. Do you know who else said he didn't? Ronald Reagan said he didn't. Those are his words. They're his words. Their advertisement was to be taken down immediately, but they let it run last night during the World Series, knowing that it was a fraud. Because of their serious misrepresentation of the facts and hostile act, I'm increasing tariff on Canada by 10% over and above what they are paying now. Thank you for your attention on this matter. So, from the article, it was unclear what legal authority Trump would use to impose the additional import taxes. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on when the 10% hike would come into effect and whether it would apply to all Canadian goods. A spokesperson for Carney did not immediately respond to requests for a comment. Canada-U.S. Trade Minister Dominic LeBlanc said in a social media post late Saturday that Canada stands ready to build on the progress made in constructive discussions with American counterparts over the course of recent weeks. He did not directly mention Trump's latest tariffs threat on the ad. And that progress is best achieved through the direct engagement with the United States administration, which is the responsibility of the federal government, LeBlanc said on a post on X, in a subtle point that the ad was not coming from the federal government. No, it was from a provincial government. And it's a responsibility of the federal government to talk about foreign trade, not the provincial. So Trump is getting mad at somebody who didn't even have the power to say anything. It's a mess. It's a mess. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre said in a social media post, Canada wouldn't be facing the tariff hike if Carney had kept his promise to negotiate a win. This is the full tweet. If Mark Carney had kept his promise to handle Trump, negotiate a win, and get a deal by July 21st, we would not be facing today's latest tariff hike. We wouldn't be facing the latest one if it wasn't for Doug Ford. The cost of the Prime Minister's broken promises is higher U.S. tariffs and lost jobs. This latest one Doug Ford is directly responsible for this latest one. You can't, push this off on Carney. Carney's responsible for a lot, not this one. So a spokeswoman for Ford in an email said that the premier's statement from Friday stands. Ford said Friday that the intention of the ad was to start a conversation about the kind of economy that Americans want and the impact of tariffs on workers' and businesses. And so then that's in another tweet, so we don't need to read that. Yeah. Let's see. There was more to this that I wanted to get to. So Trump said the ad misrepresented the position of Reagan, a two-term president and beloved figure in the Republican Party. But Reagan was wary of tariffs and used much of the 1987 address featured in Ontario's ad, spelling out the case against tariffs. A New York Times analysis of the ad in the original speech published on Saturday concluded that while the ad reordered some of the parts of the 1987 speech, it did not misrepresent or alter what Reagan said. The ads began airing last week and have run on right-wing networks that cater to Republican audiences and Trump supporters, such as Newsmax and Fox News. Trump has complained that the ad was aimed at influencing the U.S. Supreme Court ahead of arguments scheduled for next month that could decide whether Trump has the power to impose his sweeping tariff, a key part of his economic strategy. Lower courts have ruled he had exceeded his authority. Yeah. So here's Colin DeMello from Global News. So first he had said the New York Times compared Ontario's anti-tariff commercial with Ronald Reagan's 1987 address. And this is the comparison, and you can hear it's word for word. Like there are chunks taken out. It's not altered in the least. It's from the actual recording. So he also said, although Premier Doug Ford also has to contend with this. And so World News here, Ontario leader derails negotiations. Yeah, that's the way to be in the news. Doug Ford says he will stop criticizing tariffs that drew Trump's wrath. And so for people who thought maybe Doug Ford was brushing this off, Colin also pointing out, if you think the Ford government isn't in crisis mode over Trump terminating tariff talks as a result of Ontario's Ronald Reagan commercial, take a look at this. 2 new conferences scheduled for 10 a.m. have been canceled. Yeah, so Doug Ford went dark. Yeah, he went radio silence after this because he fucked up big time with it. He did a very big miscalculation, but we'll get into some of what people are saying. And again, because this has pissed off Donald Trump, a lot of people just seem to think this is good. If I stick to my principles, is that Doug Ford should have never made it because it's not in his lane. Foreign negotiation, not provincial jurisdiction. So I will stick with that. But I have no idea if this is good or bad in the end because we're not seeing the end result. The immediate result is bad with the end of trade talks. Not that they were doing good in the first place at the federal level, but then also another additional 10% tariff hike. That's an immediate bad thing. It's bad. More from Colin. Breaking the Ford government capitulates. The Premier says Ontario has achieved its goal and will pull the commercial next week, but only after it aired twice during the World Series. The decision comes after Ford spoke with the Prime Minister. So this is the full tweet that was referenced in the article. Our intention was to initiate a conversation about the kind of economy that Americans want to build and the impact of tariffs on workers and businesses. We've achieved our goal, having reached U.S. audiences at the highest levels. He is getting much more play than the $75 million spent on it because of the amount of attention this ad is now getting. So I do believe that the audiences at the highest levels would be accurate. I've directed my team to keep putting our message in front of Americans over the weekend so that we can air our commercial during the first 2 World Series games. In speaking with Prime Minister Carney, Ontario will pause its U.S. advertising campaign effective Monday so that the trade talks can resume. Do you think they'll resume on Monday? Do you think that will happen? The people elected to our government to protect Ontario our workers, businesses, families, communities. That's exactly why I'm doing this. That's exactly what I'm doing. Sorry. Like I said earlier today, Canada and the US are neighbors, friends, and allies. We're so much stronger when we work together. Let's work together to build a fortress AmCam and make our 2 countries stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. And he will throw China under the bus in a heartbeat for that as well. He's demonized China bunches of times to be like, see, Americans, we get along with you. We're also saying China bad. I don't necessarily say China is good, but I don't say China's bad. All countries are bad. It's just what kind of bad they are. And a lot of countries have a lot of good. And so China is a mix. It's not all bad. It's not all good. There are a lot of gradations in there. So Mark Carney, we can't control the trade policy of the United States. We recognize that the policy has fundamentally changed from the policy. So this is his statement about this after Donald Trump said that he's ending trade talks.
All right, good morning. Look, for months we have stressed the importance of distinguishing things we can control and things we can't control. We can't control the trade policy of the United States. We recognize that that policy has fundamentally changed from the policy in the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s. And it's a situation where the United States has tariffs against every one of their trading partners to different degrees. And it's in that context that our officials, my colleagues, have been working with their American colleagues on detailed, constructive negotiations, discussions on specific transactions, specific sectors, steel, aluminum, and energy. And a lot of progress has been made. And we stand ready to pick up on that progress and build on that progress when the Americans are ready to have those discussions, because it will be.
For those who don't know, he's being Canadian rude. Yeah, when they get around to it, we'll be there for them.
For the benefit of workers in the United States, workers in Canada, and families in both of our countries. Now, what we can control, absolutely, is how we build here at home. And that's the focus of Budget 2025, generational investment here in Canada. And what we can also control, or at least heavily influence, is developing new partnerships and opportunities, including with the economic giants of Asia, which is the focus of this trip.
Yes, I would love to see a lot more trade and negotiation with Asia. We cannot rely on the United States right now. China, if nothing else, would be a reliable partner in this because they're very what's the word? Like professionally minded about this sort of thing when it comes to trade and negotiations. Like I would love to see far more trade and negotiations, like to just branch out in general. Don't put all of our trade relations dependent on one country type thing. I would definitely love to see more. And then Carney vows to double non-U.S. exports, says Canada's must play to win. We don't need to go over this article. It's just Carney is looking to expand it again, like, so it's not just reliant on the United States, because we simply can't. We can't anymore, because the United States is just too unreliable. And it's one of the amount of damage that Trump is doing, because it's not just the states aren't reliable now. This is a message to the world that you can negotiate with us in good faith when we have a good president in, but then when we get a bad president in, then all of that trade, all of that negotiation, all of that goodwill will be out the door. Like, the relationship that Canada and the US have had for generations is gone. Absolutely gone. And so who will ever trust the United States again after this? So yeah, people can read this article if you want, but yeah. So Mark Carney vowed Wednesday to double non-U.S. exports over the next decade while boosting domestic investment in infrastructure in the upcoming budget and telling Canadians sacrifices will be needed. He's talking about public sector works, just, austerity. So speaking at a primetime address, a student at the University of Ottawa, Carney said that the expansion of international trade beyond the U.S. will generate $300 billion more in trade, which will bolster the economy in the face of the U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs. The decades-long process of an ever-closer economy relationship with the United States is over, Carney said. As a consequence, many of our former strengths as a country, based on close ties to America, have become our vulnerabilities. To be clear, we won't transform our economy easily or in a few months. He said later, it will take some sacrifices and it will take some time. The Prime Minister also promised the next slate of so-called nation-building major projects will be talked about, blah, 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 blah. So people can go check out that article if they want to see the rest of it. But now is where we get into some of the, is this good? Is this bad? What I do know is this next thing is very campy. And people who tuned into my Charlie Kirk video, if you haven't seen it yet, please go do. I raged against a certain premier, that premier being Wab Kinew, because I had a lot of hope for him. This next thing isn't helping. It's not. He looks like he's just trying to be an influencer. Like his statement he made about Charlie Kirk and now this video he put out there, it looks like he's just out there for the clicks. Like this is clickbait material, like he's trying to be an influencer. Like this isn't a real message, and it really makes me dislike him. Like I had my issues with Wab Kinew before, but he was more good than bad, but this is just cheese. It's pure camp. So Wab Kinew had tweeted out, President Trump's tariffs go against Ronald Reagan's legacy. Doug Ford's ads are good. Keep them on TV. So he's one of the ones saying that these ads that pissed off Donald Trump are good. And they're good basically just because they've pissed off Donald Trump. Is it good that trade negotiations have ended? Is it good that a 10% tariff has been added? A lot of this we won't know for the next little while. It depends if trade relations get back to doing something. But does this influence the U.S. government to be more accommodating to us or worse? Like, how is this good? I want to know, other than pissing off Trump, how are these ads good? But here's Wab Kinew mimicking the Ronald Reagan address.
My fellow Manitobans, Ontario's TV ads present Ronald Reagan's views on tariffs accurately and powerfully. President Trump's damaging tariffs go completely against Mr. Reagan's legacy. And it's clear that these ads are working. If you throw a rock at a...
How are these ads working? He's going to use an analogy here, but how are they working? How is Donald Trump raising tariffs by 10% working?
If you throw a rock at a lake and you don't hear a splash, you've probably missed. So to my good friend Doug Ford, keep the ads on TV.
Well, if you don't hear a splash, it could also be because the lake is frozen over. And Donald Trump is a cold-hearted bitch, so...
They're effective, and this country is behind you. My fellow Manitobans.
Yeah. And so... this, like, the tweet this itself isn't why I highlighted this one, but it's just, this is getting into some of the conversation around this, because again, I don't know if this ad is good or not, but this, I found the replies to this particular tweet was giving some idea of how this is landing with a lot of people. So I just wanted to go over some of this. So, my throat got really dry suddenly. So Sherry DeNovo said, "It's a sad day when we progressives can't admit conservatives did something positive for a change, like our ad, Americans Love, quoting Reagan, and I'm no conservative." Again, I'm trying to understand, because I will give Doug Ford credit if credit is due. I'm trying to understand how this is good. Other than pissing off Trump, how is this good? So somebody's saying, I'm not a fan of partisan thinking. It's actually counterintuitive if you are an actual progressive to be a partisan. Policies, not the color of the jacket. Somebody's saying it's easy for white women. It's easy for white women to applaud a positive conservative moment when they're not the ones targeted by the same movement pushing right replacement theory and racist policies every day. Progress isn't giving credit to people who keep fueling oppression. It's calling that hypocrisy out. This is a good example of why white feminism will not save us. Let's see. Oh, the horror. Progressive spotting Reagan quote in a conservative ad that's actually landing with the masses. We're like vegans at a BBQ, outraged but secretly eyeing the ribs. Sure, it's catchy, we mutter, but was it deep-faked by the gripper himself? Crisis averted, bunker intact. And you non-con progressive, I don't know. I'm not a Ford fan, but we'll have to say the guy's got balls. Even more important than the ad, the Americans are starting to open their eyes about what's going on. Lots of chatter, free advertising for Canada's case. So thank you, Doug. You did good. So this is, I think, angling in on one of the potential positives, but we have yet to see how this plays out, is that it has brought a lot of attention to their conservative icon, Ronald Reagan, and the fact that he was against tariffs. And so it might be educating some Americans that tariffs are bad, but how is this going to play out policy-wise? Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about what his base thinks. He just tore down the entire East Wing of the White House. Do you think his base is applauding that? Like, it's a little late to be educating them on this when it makes no difference to Donald Trump at all. So it's just, yeah. So somebody's saying, I admitted it briefly, then found out Doug is planning on booting millions of renters out of their homes, including myself. So a ridiculous TV ad became the latest of my concerns. Yeah, we'll be talking about that in just a moment. Well, in a few moments. It's a sad day when progressives guilt other progressives into encouraging a corrupt premier who is corroding Ontario democracy and is only a team player with the feds when it suits him. I look forward to hearing you repeat your compliments when Ford dismantles all protections for renters, and we're getting to that. So glad you think he got something right, but pales in the face of so much he's got wrong. Yeah, because I will give credit where credit is due, but I don't embellish it. I will be like, this is good, this person is bad. And when it comes to like other sorts of personalities and stuff like that, if I'm talking about a story and like, let's say Anna Kasparian speaks positively about something, unless she's the only one to speak out in that particular way, I will not use her to cover it. Like I have, because she was the only one to speak out on Piers Morgan in a particular way about what was happening to the Palestinians, like the way that her anger came through and stuff like that. But if she's right on other issues, I don't give a fuck, because the issues she's wrong on is harming so many people. So, yes, it's good that she's right on the issue of Palestine, but I don't give a fuck about her because she's wrong on so many other things and it's harming people. So I could care less if Doug Ford is right on a few things. We don't need to make it into news articles. I'd rather focus on the things that he's doing that is going to harm people. So this is our political system right now. All party sucks. I can't stand Ford, but he did the right thing here. Again, I'm not seeing it. The Liberal playbook on every single issue is we already did that, and Styles' and NDP playbook is just to whine and complain. He doesn't know what he's doing. Conservatives will never win a federal election if they don't change players. Oh, that's true. As long as Pierre Poilievre is in power, they won't win. Somebody's saying true. I do believe that the pushback against Trump in the federal and provincial levels should be more united and more coordinated. Rising to this moment requires unity and purpose. This is my feeling. Tell me how it helped anything. I'll wait. No replies. That's, yeah. I feel that one. I feel it. Because the federal conservatives are not really conservatives, they are a mess of blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so we get the point. Hey, Sherry, most of us do. It's okay to say that Ford is an idiot, but that this ad campaign may be the best thing ever? Why? Somebody saying angering an unstable autocrat is dangerous? Yeah, I don't get it. Okay, I can close all of these. Close. Those 12 tabs. Right, and I can close the other ones that I already went over, which is these ones here. So that my computer isn't breathing so heavy at me. And then next, what will we be getting into? It's some provincial stuff. I'm leaving the Bill 60 stuff until the end, unfortunately. I know. I guess this will be next, talking about the NDP and federal issues. And then we'll get into some other provincial issues, and then we'll be getting into Bill 60. So let's see what people are saying in the sandbox. The Wild West, apparently a bunch of white supremacists in Ottawa today, as opposed to any other day. I guess you mean some sort of rally? I haven't heard anything about it yet. Bad Lefty. To be completely fair, Canada has also sent down a bunch of fascist thought leaders like JBP, Stephen Crowder, Gavin McInnes, and a bunch more that I can't think of right now. Yes, it's one of our biggest exports. You know, maple syrup and fascists. Bad Lefty, but Ford is like a bull in a china shop. Yuri Gibson's Darver was the same as Carney, go humiliated by Dumpstein files. Okay, I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Let's see. Grand Theft Auto Trump. They hurt my fees, so I'm taking my big orange ball and going home. Screw you guys. JK, nobody actually knows what Reagan thought. He was just a puppet. Remember his first speech as president? I can't say I remember. 56 Nick Rich. Canadians can laugh, but the Yanks won't. Real John Litham. Are we sure the syrup is real? Is maple syrup real? It's kind of like tree blood. Oh. Let's see. '56 Nick Rich again. Be confident that Canada has democracy as its priority. Prove me wrong. The Wild West, his brain is gone. He doesn't know how anything works. Grand Theft Autobot, we need to start looking at other trade partners. Fuck Trump, yeah. China's doing a lot of good when it comes to like infrastructure and building housing and transit and all that sort of stuff. It's like if we leave Canada and go to a place like China and feel like that's a futuristic world, it's not because it's a futuristic world, it's because we're stuck in the past. Let's see. Bad Lefty, pause it. Okay, Doug, calm down. You're no Sam Cedar. Apparently people think I look good in red. B-Cat and Yori Gibson. Why, thank you. Atticus Among Us. Trump even ruined tacos while being against immigration. No immigrants. No spice. Bad Lefty, they know how thin-skinned Trump is and have seen him lash out before, costing Canadians money. Yes. Hello, Orb Rumor. Take this broken wing and learn to scam again. I wrote that song. Soul Life AI creates the perfect dystopia for a right-winger lie generator. Yeah. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Bad Lefty, more of us agree but feel weird writing it down, Sandy. But what? Or Rumor, what about oak syrup? Grand Theft Autobot thinks it's too bitter. Oh, okay. I'm probably going to need like another drink soon. I'm finding it pretty bad in here. Like dry. I'm finding it pretty dry in here. Not bad. Dry. Getting into winter. That's always the way it is. I had some chocolates from the Halloween party I was at last night. Again, if I start getting like serenaded with super chats, I'll show you a couple pictures of my costume from last night from the Halloween party that I went to. I did not go as a vampire. Shocking me. Because it wasn't until I went digging through my costume closet and I put together something. And it was super fun. I had a lot of fun with it. It became a whole character. But I should be getting some other pictures. There's somebody there like taking actual pictures. Like good quality picture type things. And so I'm waiting to get those to see how they look. And my costume has 3 layers to it, but I only took pictures of 2 layers of it. Anyway. So a little bit more federal news-related stuff. Leah Gazan, NDP MP. Just people need to be reminded of this. They need to keep in mind that the liberal government we have, it's not a liberal government. It's a conservative government, and it's causing harm. And with all this other stuff going on, we just need to be reminded of some of the damage that they're currently doing. So here she tweets out, the liberals rush to exploit the Ring of Fire in, do not know how to say that, nation territory for so-called national interest, but stay silent as their communities face public state of emergency. Is the safety of Indigenous peoples not of national interest?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Anishinaabe Nation has declared a state of emergency amid rising violence, trafficking, and gang crime. Yet the federal government hasn't paid its share to ensure adequate policing. Liberals rush to exploit the Ring of Fire in Nan territory for so-called national interest, but stay silent as their communities face danger. My question, Mr. Speaker, is safety of Indigenous people not of national interest? And if this government truly cares about public safety, when will it act to address Nan's state of emergency?
The Honourable Member.
So with this rush to build up to the Ring of Fire and mining communities and all this sort of stuff, you run into the problem of this thing called man camps, because pretty much all the workers are men, which means that the women on nearby Indigenous communities, because they're usually the closest communities to these, remote construction mining camps and stuff like that, they endure a lot more violence because of it. Prostitutes are taken to the camps, they're mistreated. Violence is just an increase. So what is the government going to do? Because when they do these construction projects and stuff, to make sure that the people in nearby communities are safe, they don't tend to take that into consideration when they do these projects. All they have are dollar signs in their eyes. They don't actually care of the nearby people. So here, Leah is also talking about Bill C-12. It's just a repackaged version of the controversial Bill C-2. I talked about this a couple of live streams ago because Mark Carney was saying, oh, well, we separated it and the worst stuff is in this other bill. That is a common tactic of the liberals. If they're getting too much pushback in one area on a bill, they'll simply split it so that one bill can go through and it doesn't seem so bad. And then, well, when you take them both out of context, neither half seems all that bad, so it's easier to push through. But they're putting a bow on the really shitty things that they're trying to push and hope that it passes that way. And Leah's just pointing it out, saying it violates the rights of migrant workers, refugees, asylum seekers, and undermines civil liberties. The liberals can't expect us to support violations of international human rights laws. We are bound by our oath of office and our international obligations.
I support the over 300 civil liberties organizations that are saying we need to get rid of this bill. Look, I am ashamed as a member of parliament, as a legislator, that we are being forced to vote on a bill that is in direct violation of the rule of law and is in direct violation of conventions we've signed on to. What this bill does is it impacts migrant workers. We know the most exploited workers are migrant workers. Migrant workers are protected under international law. This bill violates the right of migrant workers, violates the right of refugees, violates the right of asylum seekers, violates people's civil liberties. I think we need to get rid of this bill and actually do a bill that addresses the concern without attacking immigrants, refugees, and migrants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's too bad she's not running for leadership of the NDP, the federal NDP. Because, about that, so Jessa, who also has her own podcast, Blueprints of Disruption, people should go check out, was pushing back against some stuff. So if we go back a couple of quotes here, or up here. So Rachel Gilmore and Eves Angler have been kind of arguing a lot on Twitter because Rachel Gilmore, wonderful independent journalist here in Canada, has been calling him out for not being an official, not officially applying to be a leadership candidate. But Eves Angler has been trying to explain his strategy behind waiting longer to announce, like to actually apply and to get his, to see if he can pass vetting and stuff of that sort. And other people have been weighing in and stuff. And the thing is that the people like me and Jessa know. We get it. We get why Eves Angler is trying to play this game, because we've also tried to become part of the NDP through candidacy, by becoming a candidate. And we know the gatekeeping that goes on. I think it's now past the point of strategy for Eves to keep on not going for it. I think at this point he needs to just go for it. And if he doesn't pass vetting, then he has that. He can say stuff about it. But he's trying to build up enough momentum so that when it comes to vetting him, it would be very difficult for the NDP to then discard him as a candidate. And that's basically what he's trying to get at. But Jessica kind of goes through a little bit of her own history here as to the gatekeeping. And it's very similar to what I was going through the second round in particular. So so she's replying to somebody saying, because he is doing it while it isn't happening, he isn't being gate kept at all. He needs to go forward to prove. AV, who has referenced and acknowledged the biggest example of the party gatekeeping, got past vetting. So Jess is saying that was the most public display of gatekeeping. The NDP uses many tools to sideline socialism in its ranks. I've spent years trying to inform people, only for many to seemingly forget just how manipulative NDP HQ can be. Denying folks the vetting stage is just one of them. So let's talk about vetting. First, they comb through all your socials. Candidates have been asked to give access to their accounts. They look for any times you've been critical of the party or taken a position outside of HQs. If they if they like you but not your history of activism online, they'll make you delete everything. Otherwise, they simply find a tweet they don't like and tell you you're not approved. Social squeaky clean, don't worry, they've got other ways. And in the second round, they focused in on a couple tweets where I was being sarcastic but used naughty language. I said shit in a couple of them as examples. So it's like, I can't even just take those down for them to be happy. Nope. Because I had a sense of humor. Well, they also said it's basically because I have a sense of humor and tend to speak my mind that I didn't pass the vetting. Because they don't want actual activists or socialists in the NDP, which is just absurd because that's what the NDP used to be. So she continues, there's also usually a questionnaire to provide them ammo. Like, have you ever taken controversial position on anything? I kid you not. Me and my autistic mind was like, what is considered controversial? Because things like, for me, saying, there shouldn't be a genocide in Gaza, that's not a controversial, take for me. Genocide is bad. That shouldn't be controversial, but do they consider it controversial? Like, a lot of my takes, I'm like, I don't consider, socialized housing and comprehensive universal health care to be controversial, or, to be more inclusive on queer folks and all that sort of stuff. I don't consider that to be controversial, but do they? Apparently they do, because I did have an article about polyamory they wanted me to take down. It was a published article. They filtering through find folks who will comply with them, and they don't want real activists. The NDP vetting has repeatedly denying people because they've been too active in their community. That's right, they don't want anyone who might have pissed off the opponents or gassed their local mayor. You don't need to break any formal rules for them to deny you. And when Sarah Jama got in as the candidate and won as the NDP MPP for Hamilton Centre, when I looked at her record and stuff, I was actually amazed. She made it through vetting for these reasons. Because of how outspoken she was, the fact that she was protesting at encampments and got arrested and all this sort of stuff. Like, it actually kind of boggled my mind how she was able to pass the vetting. Needless to say, she had a very short run life in the NDP caucus because she was very, she spoke out against what was happening in Gaza just days after October 7th, and the party wouldn't have it and kicked her out of caucus for her basically saying, can we not treat both sides like humans? Let's put an end to violence. Let's call for a ceasefire now. And they kicked her out because of that. So Jess is saying, take my example. I'd run for them twice already. When I went to apply again, they simply ghosted me, pretended they didn't get the application, wouldn't answer emails, calls. They even went to my own EDA, I was pres, to ask for candidates behind my back. The NDP doesn't even follow their own rules. They've bypassed other riding associations to deny their candidate and install their own. And this is just when it's a candidate. Imagine when it's for leadership position. Oh, wait, we don't have to imagine. Here's another example of a procedural BS NDP HQ will pull to mess with grassroots democracy. All major local decisions have to happen at an AGM with proper notice and other regulations, but NDP director controls most important aspects of meeting and can simply cancel without explanation. They will sometimes withhold official membership lists from the very people who built them in order to control the AGM process. This includes passing resolutions for conventions, candidate nominations, and local executive elections. It's one person's call for most of this. The director, the provincial, national, it doesn't matter. In this case, Lucy Watson from ONDP, director, now runs the feds. It's an authoritarian position previously held and still manipulated by Anne McGrath. There's a small circle of NDP bosses, consultants who control absolutely everything. Convention, nominations, messaging, and especially leadership races. They even set criteria for the most part. Who remembers Marat's coronation? This same director also orchestrated a massive increase in financial criteria and a new set of rules for Ontario's leadership race. If that doesn't thwart the right people, they use coercion. MPPs interested in the job said as much at the time. They all withdrew. So a lot of this is very true. Like, I had to go through the vetting the second time that I didn't pass. I passed the first time. I didn't pass the second time. True, I got Twitter in between then, so that had something to do with it. But I had to send in this paperwork. I had to go through the vetting and answer all these questions. And then when they didn't want me, they appointed someone else. Somebody who didn't go through vetting, somebody who didn't step up, somebody who didn't want to run as the candidate. They just appointed them because they were involved with the local riding association. They're choosing their candidates and they're purposely picking people that are more closer aligned with the center, people who are more of their team players, who aren't as socialist, who aren't as activist driven. So right now there are 5 people in the leadership race officially. So Yves Angler is not one of them. And again, part of the reason why I'm thinking he needs to apply now is he complains when he's not invited to these things. Well, yeah, you got to be an official candidate in order to be invited to these things. So it's one thing, you can't keep on complaining about this without going through the official steps at this point. But here's Rachel Gilmore. She has a little bit of synopsis from forum that all of them were attending. So the NDP leadership hopefuls had their first formal chance to pitch themselves to Canadians last night. I watched the whole thing, so you don't have to, but you probably still should. Here's your introduction to the folks vying for the resurrect the NDP. And I'd be fine with any of these as leaders. Like, they would all be better than the options we have for the conservatives and the liberals. That said, I don't think most of them could beat the conservatives or the liberals. There's a difference between them being better and them being able to win. And I don't think most of them could win.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you want an option other than MAGA light in a conservative package, or conservative light dressed up as a liberal, then you should care about the NDP leadership race. And last night, Canada had their first introduction to the candidates when the Canadian Labour Congress hosted a forum. I watched the whole thing and grabbed some key clips, so here is, in under 3 minutes, your taste of the NDP leadership field.
We're in a class war. It's the ruling class versus the working class. And we all have to understand that. I've never been one to stand and watch a bully pick on somebody. And that's what happens in Ottawa now. People find people that don't look like me and say they're the enemy.
This party is for everyone. And it is not about changing our values. It's not about changing what we believe. It's about changing how we talk to people and where we talk to people. It's about meeting them where they are and seeing, letting them see that, we're in the fight with them. The fact that I was able to fundamentally change the conversation about the genocide in Gaza in Parliament.
It is a time of desperation when fascism is rising, not just in the authoritarian government south of the border, but around. And the seeds are planted in the economic desperation that the system is creating. We are the only party that can identify the cause of this, the massive concentration of wealth, and propose solutions like a public option for groceries that's actually going to provoke a debate about what would fix this crisis that we're in. The Stellantis plant gets hundreds of millions of dollars of public money, and they want to run south and take away all those jobs. Fine. Why? We're going to keep that factory and all the machines that we paid for and run it under public ownership to preserve those jobs and create EVs under public control.
The system just doesn't work for ordinary people these days. And so they're pissed off and they're disillusioned and they've
I have no idea who this person is. So I've reached out to 3 of the candidates so far to see if they would have an interview with me. And so I still need to reach out to him and another woman that has joined up recently, to Neil, to see if they'd be willing to have an interview with me, which I really hope they do.
turned away. We need to reach out to them and get them in. And I think that creating an effective green progressive voice that has some policies that say this is how we're going to deal with it would get somewhere. I know I'm the underdog in this.
The personal is political, and arguably politics entered my life when I was given a status number. I've never lived a life outside of politics. It's always been a part of my life, whether I wanted it to be or not. And social work is built on advocacy. It's built on justice. It's built around navigating systems that were never meant to work for you. And I feel like that is also the work of the NDP. Inclusion isn't just a word. It's a verb. You need to activate inclusion. You need to live that. You need to demonstrate it day in and day out. If we don't have that in a leader, if you can't see yourself in that leader as a student, as a minority, as a person that maybe identifies as an equity group or anything other than your average Canadian, you need to be able to see yourself in our party.
So there you have it, folks. What do you think of all this?
So I will be following the leadership race fairly closely. Do I want to get into this or not? I have a few articles on this guy, but I've covered him before. Jamel Giovanni, besties with JD Vance. Here he's just talking about how liberals are racist and stuff. It's like a 4-minute bullshit long clip. I don't think we need to go over it. Rachel Gilmore just pointing out that he's tied with like right-wing organizations. And more to that inside from CBC saying inside one conservative MPs restore the North tour, a Canadian take on Charlie Kirk's movement. Jamel Giovanni's campus tour puts a spotlight on struggling young men. I'll probably end up be covering this more in the future anyway, as he becomes more prominent, because somebody, mentioned that he's probably going to run for leadership of the Conservative Party when that comes up, which kind of really scares me because this guy is just horrible. Absolutely horrible. But let's see, how much more do I have to go through? A fair bit. So yeah, well, we'll see. Oops. Yeah, I'm just running out of biz steam, and there's still a lot more that I want to actually get to, so. If I do a midweek stream, I might talk about that. Or I could save it to talk about it when I'm on this space. Woo! That's a thought, because it does tie over into the United States. Okay, let's check the SandBox. Okay, saw that. Saw that. Pat Lefty saying, "'Cause men," talking about the man camps. Yuri Gibson, is it getting cold in Canada? Here in Wales, the swallows are fattening up for their long journey home to Africa for the winter. It has been really beautiful watching from my kitchen window. Sorry, bit ran. Don't worry. It's not as cold as it should be. We don't really have seasons anymore. It just kind of goes from summer, light summer, to blasts of winter. Let's see. The reference to the frame. My mind went to the same place, Sandy. What do they call controversial? Yeah, I was running into an issue with that on the questionnaire. I don't think my takes are controversial. Yuri Gibson, the clocks just went back an hour here, huh? Ours, I think, happens next weekend. It's usually the first weekend in November. I think this process takes too long, but there we go. Thank you, the Wild West, for the $5 super chat. Wanting to see my Halloween costume. I think more people should be ponying up for this because, you know, it's a really good Halloween costume. Be worth the money. Be worth the money. Let's move it. There we go. Be worth the money. I'm just saying. But super appreciate it. I imagine we might need a little bit of fun at the end of this stream, so we'll see. I do have the pictures ready to show people, but it's only 2 layers of the costume. There was a 3rd layer that I didn't actually take pictures of, but there's some people who took pictures at the actual event that were set up to take pictures of people in their costumes, and so I'll have all 3 layers there for people to see. But thank you. Let's see. Moonmine Bai says, does anyone know where the NDP leadership debate can be seen? I missed it live. Let's see. I don't think that was a debate. It was more like people just going on stage and talking. Like not to each other, just introducing themselves. It was a forum, yeah. Let's see. Make their pitches. Yeah, it was a forum for them to make their pitches. DP Leadership Forum. Let's put that in. Okay, this video here will have it. It's from CPAC. You're going to start playing as soon as I hit on you. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. So this video is from CPAC. It's on YouTube. And it has, it's just over an hour, so it's the entire forum probably. So you can check it out there. The Wild West, I love Halloween. So do I. Yes, I did not dress up as a vampire, shockingly. So Looney Tunes saying, LT 9K viewers, I'll be getting in touch with Sandy tomorrow or Tuesday so I can have her come on my show on Friday. I'm doing my Halloween show on Friday. I had a busy weekend and had no time to get in contact with her. Yeah, Friday is Halloween, isn't it? Let's check the calendar. Yeah, it's Halloween. I'm going to be in costume and doing my own live stream. So if I go on yours, I'd be doing mine right afterwards, which means I would have to be in my costume for a really long time. Moon might buy. The time in Nova Scotia changes next Sunday at 3 a.m. Yeah, that's what it does here too. Okay. So we have some provincial stuff I wanted to cover before I get into Bill 60, which is massively important, and I'm probably going to get really upset during it. So that's why I'm trying to save some fun stuff for the end, because talking about Bill 60 is going to take a lot out of me. Just given the nature of what it is and what it means and stuff. So on provincial news, so the Conservative Party in BC, provincial, was a shit show. They have some conspiracy theory nut jobs. They had a party, got fractured and became more right-wing and all this sort of stuff. Well, it turns out they're also kind of dicks. You know, that John Rustad, the leader of the Conservative Party in BC, he's a prick. Shocking. I know. There's like misogyny and stuff going on. Shocking. I'm so shocked. It's almost like, you know, it's winter time in Canada, and anytime you touch any metal surface, you get a shock. Shocking. Yeah. Yeah. So shocked. So here from Katie DeRosa, a reporter, saying new Amelia Boulby, Conservative MLA for Picton Summerland, says she's leaving Conservative caucus. I have witnessed the unraveling of John Rustad. She's calling on Rustad to resign because the party cannot beat the NDP under his leadership. Now, some people might be thinking, like, is it really that big of a deal when all these MLAs step down from the caucus? And they're basically giving up their job because the likelihood of them getting elected as an independent in the next election is slim to none. Independents rarely get elected. There are a handful across the country, of course, but it's exceedingly difficult to get elected as an independent, or if they make some tiny party, splinter party or something, it's still very, very difficult in the next following election for them to have enough momentum to still be elected. So stepping down from caucus, like leaving the Conservative Party, she is in essence quitting at the end of, like, whenever the next election is, she's lost her job.
For being here. It is with regret that I'm here to announce that I'm leaving the BC Conservative Caucus effective immediately, and I will be sitting as an independent MLA. Over the past weeks and months, for being here.
So since that wasn't much, that was a 13-second clip, here's an article on it. Moon My Bai. I added a link into the SandBox so that you can watch the forum, the entire forum on YouTube. So here we go. BC Conservatives down another MLA after Amelia Bootleby quits. So Picton-Summerland MLA Amelia has quit the BC Conservatives caucus and called the party's leader to resign. I'm leaving because John Rustad failed leadership needs to end, Amelia said during a press conference on the front steps of the legislature Monday morning. I have witnessed the unraveling of John Rustad. He has invited me to get the F out. I don't like it, and I've taken him up on that offer, Amelia said. Yeah, when you tell somebody to fuck off, they might actually do it. Just saying. I know the pond jumpers have seen a lot of that happening in the Labour Party when some disgruntled Labour members are like, we're upset. And the Labour Party's, well, then you can just fuck off. And they're like, okay. So Amelia called on Rustad to resign. As long as Justin Rustad remains the leader of the Conservative Party BC, he is handing the NDP a victory in the next election. Sounds good to me, even though, you know, David Eby is an absolute... He's not a great NDP leader, let's put it that way. He's done some very conservative right-wing policy stuff. So as far as NDP goes, he's not great, but they're still better than the Conservatives. She was, so Rustad accused Amelia of leaking internal caucus information to the media. She was leaking everything to everyone, and obviously those leaks cannot carry on, said Rustad, speaking shortly after Amelia's press conference. So here's a little video. I haven't seen it. We'll watch it together. But John Rustad requests MLAs to hand over phones and search for Conservative Party leaker. This sounds very Trumpian of him. Like, what does it say if you have to, like, demand the phones of your employees to see, like, who's doing the leaking? How bad is it when you have to do that?
Here's the latest drama with the BC Conservatives. All Conservative MLAs were forced to hand over their phones so that caucus brass could find out who was leaking information to the media. That admission was made by John Rustad, leader of the official opposition, eventually. Reporters asked Rustad if his caucus whips are searching MLAs' phones.
No, they're not. On a regular basis, certainly they're not.
No, they're not. Well, not on a regular basis, that is.
When pressed, Rustad changed his story.
There was a discussion at caucus because of some leaked information, and everybody in caucus expressed some concern about that and said, let's deal with this today and now. So there was a discussion at that point to look to see if anybody had been putting information out in the middle of our caucus meeting.
It happened during a contentious caucus meeting on Monday, where MLAs were blocked from casting a secret ballot on Rustad's leadership. Rustad initially said,
you can't have a secret ballot on me because you might vote me out, and also I want to see what's in your phones. That's not a very secure leader there.
all MLAs expressed a willingness to hand over their phones after information from that meeting appeared on social media. When pressed, he later said it was not all MLAs who agreed, but the vast majority. Rustad insists he's not being paranoid. After the search,
It's like that meme. I'm not angry. Don't tell the news I'm angry. Here he is. I'm not paranoid. I only didn't want them to have a secret ballot and I'm searching their phones, but I'm not paranoid. Don't report that I'm paranoid. Why? What are you going to report?
Rustad said there was nothing that concerned him. But ousted Conservative MLA Eleanor Sturko says it's Rustad's behavior that's a concern.
Frankly, it's shocking to see that it would have really degraded to that. I think that, you know, when a leader has that little confidence in his caucus members, and I think that more and more we're hearing that his caucus members have even less faith in him.
Sturko was kicked out of the Conservative caucus the day Rustad survived a leadership review. She says Rustad accused her of leaking information, and clearly the issue is still plaguing his caucus amid reports of internal infighting and grumbling about Rustad's leadership. Katie DeRosa, CBC News, Victoria.
One of the women, I tell ya. Last week, Rustad admitted he searched MLA's phones looking for the person who leaked private information from a caucus meeting. He initially said he didn't find anything that caused him concern. Speaking to CBC's Radio West, Amelia denied she leaked the information, calling that a bold-faced lie. She said that if Rustad keeps repeating it, she will take legal action. Speaking to reporters on Monday, Rustad brought up concerns about Amelia's stances on various issues, as well as what he described as her health. With regards to Amelia's health, I mean, I see concerns when she's in tears. Staff are telling me she's very confused, Rustad said. I had some concerns. I mean, she's had some issues in the past. So, this is where we start getting into some issues. And blaming mental health issues for these things, because, you know, if you work as a politician and you cry, then that's because you're mentally ill, not because, you know, you might have a soul or something left. It's not because you're passionate, but, you know, crying is a sign of mental health issues, apparently. So Amelia said that she told Rustad a few months ago that she was struggling with her mental health as she dealt with a disturbing child abuse case as the party's critic for the Ministry of Children and Family Development. And this is why a lot of people who are dealing with mental health issues don't bother telling their employers. I was working at one place for years before me and my friend who worked there, who was also my boss, decided to sit down with the department manager to disclose that, you know, some of my mental health issues and things that might help accommodate me and stuff like that. Because as soon as you tell people, then they start saying, well, every sort of emotional outburst you're having, it's because you're mentally ill. It's because of your mental health. It's not because, you know, there might be reason for it, but it's because your mental health, you know, you're just too unstable now. And they start seeing things that they don't see in other people, even though your behavior probably hasn't changed after that disclosure. So Amelia said that the fact that Rustad would try to use that against her speaks to his character as leader. Conservative MLA Brennan Day slammed Rustad's comments, writing on social media, to weaponize or trivialize someone's health condition, mental or otherwise, is harmful to those who already face stigma in silence. At the press conference Monday morning, Amelia said she would return to the Conservative Party if it had a new leader. She said Rustad had denied his MLAs the ability to have a say on his leadership. Rustad survived a leadership review in September with nearly 71% support. That same day, Rustad ejected Sturko from his caucus, accusing her of undermining his leadership. So what does that mean for the makeup of the legislature? The official opposition BC Conservatives are down 5 MLAs from their seat count of 44 after Election Day. And then a couple people broke off to form their own party. Dallas Brody, who is just an absolute horrid individual. She's a residential school denier, transphobic bigot. She's an absolute piece of shit. and how these people can pass vetting to get into a party, yet someone like Yves Angler can't pass vetting to get into his party. You know, the conservatives allow all these conspiracy theory brain radical raging right-wingers in. And meanwhile, the NDP won't allow any sort of radical socialist left-wingers in. And you wonder why you have a problem in this country when it comes to politics. Okay, moving on. So there's a teacher strike right now going on in Alberta, and of course, Danielle Smith is hinting that she'll use the notwithstanding clause to force them back to work. She's already kind of announced that, so what incentive does that have for negotiations if the boards, the directors can just be like, well, if we wait it out, she'll force them back to work anyway, so we don't need to negotiate with them, really. So Gail McGowan, who is president of the Alberta Federation of Labor, says, in an emergency meeting tonight, the leaders of almost all Alberta's public and private unions unanimously agreed to send a message to Premier Danielle Smith warning her not to use the notwithstanding clause against striking teachers. See full text of statement below. On behalf of the more than 350,000 working Albertans who we represent, we urge you in the strongest possible terms to rule out the use of the notwithstanding clause as part of your government's approach to the teacher strike. Invoking the clause would be unprecedented in the history of Canadian labor relations. Not so much. This has already been done, like here in Ontario. It would also escalate, well, it got threatened and then other things happened, but yeah, notwithstanding clause has been used to force people back to work. It would also escalate the situation from confrontation between your government and teachers to a confrontation between you and the entire Canadian labor movement. If government starts using the notwithstanding clause as a tool in their dealings with workers and unions, it will make a mockery of the constitutionality protected right to strike. Without a robust and reliable right to strike, workers' bargaining power will be eroded, and with it the wages and living standards of all Canadian workers. If you take this unprecedented approach, we have no choice but to mobilize an unprecedented response. There are many avenues to your government could pursue, negotiate. Public sector unions do not invoke the notwithstanding clause. We urge you to choose them. And then Naheed Nenshi is also talking about this because he is the leader of the Alberta NDP, who is also very pro-oil and gas. All the leaders suck. Forcing teachers back to school without addressing any of their concerns is the biggest abuse of democratic rights in Alberta's history. I think there's been worse. Just saying. It's bad. Don't get me wrong, it's bad. Pretty sure there's been worse in Alberta. Alberta's New Democrats stand with teachers and unequivocally condemn this attack on public education, on workers and their unions, and democracy itself. The UCP needs to stop taking the cowardly route and negotiate a fair deal immediately. Read his full statement if you want. It's right here. Just pause the screen, read it if you want to see the whole thing. It's not that long, but my voice is starting to give out and still have a lot to cover. So also important to note, from the breakdown, if you're in Alberta and want to stay up to date with Albertan politics, the breakdown is a wonderful account to follow. Looks like the UCP is going ahead with their Jordan Peterson law because people shouldn't be reported to their professional colleagues for comments made unrelated to their work. Peterson's comments were determined to be related, but whatevs. So basically, Jordan Peterson had to he got in trouble with the board of psychologists, whatever he's involved with, because as a psychologist, he was making horrific transphobic statements. So it wasn't him as like a private citizen. It was him doing it under the banner of his profession. And let's just say the professions don't like it when you do that sort of thing, and they have their own restrictions and stuff. And so they said that you have to go and take some sensitivity training and stuff like that. And Jordan Peterson's like, you're taking away my free speech right. Stuff like that. when this is a private institution. And if you want to, you know, be an employee with them, you have certain rules that you need to abide by. But Alberta would like to get rid of that so that misinformation can be spread by professionals.
We will also see legislation introduced to protecting the rights and freedoms of individuals in regulated professions, ensuring they do not face undue discipline for matters unrelated to their work. We will also see legislation introduced.
Okay, a bit more about that. Alberta Premier pledges to protect right of professionals to express personal views. So they can still express personal views. They just can't do it under the banners of their professions. It's just because Jordan Peterson was saying his transphobic garbage as a psychologist, not him as a private citizen. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith says her government will review professional regulatory bodies and introduce legislation next year to limit how they can police their own members. So here's the government saying, we're going to tell other independent organization corporations how they are supposed to run. Very, very small government of them. In a social media video released Wednesday, Smith said it's not appropriate for the government or any professional association to compel Albertans to some official version of truth. George Orwell's fictional 1984 should remain fiction. You know, it's always the people that are basically stamp outs of 1984 that are quoting 1984 as an example of what they're afraid of. It's very 1984 of them. Associations and colleges set standards for the members, including doctors, lawyers, psychologists, and engineers, and can discipline those who don't meet those standards. Smith said groups like the Law Society of Alberta and the College of Physicians and Surgeons have an important role in protecting the public interest. However, she says some professional colleges in Canada have gone too far. How dare you don't allow professionals to just be able to spread misinformation under their titles. What a doctor or lawyer believes or says about politics or religion is not a reflection of their competency to practice medicine or law, she said. Only it kind of is. Like, that's the thing, it is. Because if you have a doctor saying that trans surgery is butchery, that it shouldn't exist, is an anti-vaxxer, they probably shouldn't be a doctor, for one thing, but they shouldn't be allowed to espouse that as a doctor because it would make people afraid to go to the doctor. The Premier of Alberta, the Premier said Albertans need to be confident. Regulated professionals are competent and practice ethically, but those professionals should also have freedom to express their personal views, especially outside their jobs. We will bring legislative changes next year to ensure that professional regulatory bodies are limited to regulating their members' professional competence and conduct and not their speech, she said. University of Calgary law professor Lauren Hardcastle wrote on social media that Smith's announcements amount to the freedom to spread misinformation without professional consequences. Smith has long railed against what she called mission creep by regulators, complaints she suggests came from woke colleges. Driven by COVID-era grievances, members of Smith's United Conservative Party voted in 2023 to adopt policy aimed at protecting Albertans from censorship. Yes, we must be allowed to spread misinformation. This included pushing the government to protect healthcare professionals from having their licensed practices threatened for expressing opinions like concerns about vaccines publicly. Yeah, you get the point. You get the point. So, just a whole lot of bullshit. Meanwhile, I have my issues with Wab Kinew, but he is doing good by some things for Manitoba, and he's also right now the most favored premier of any province. He has the highest favorability because of things like this. He focuses on things that matter to people. Manitoba now leads Canada for same-day and next-day access to primary care. That's thanks to new evening and weekend clinics, MediNav online booking, and investment that makes care faster and closer to home. Source Canada Institute. So this is what Danielle Smith could be focused on. Instead, she's focusing on the ability for professionals to spread misinformation instead of prioritizing people's access to primary care. Okay, so next we're going to get into the Blue Jays ticket prices, but I think before that, I'm going to check the SandBox because it's kind of the next bunch of tabs are all related to the same thing. And then after that, we'll be getting into Bill 60. So let's see what people are saying. You know, Looney Tunes, I could come on your show as my character that I played last night, but I wouldn't be very much of a conversationalist like that. You're right, Gibson. My bad, Sandy. It must have been my clock because it's showing an hour behind, silly tech. Soul Life, I worked at a factory that would supercharge you with static electricity. I mean, supercharge you. You could see lightning bolts come off temps, and it unalived electricians. I never told temps the trick. It unalive electronics. Oh, it unalive. I'm like, it unalive people? That's how, wow, that's some massive static electricity there. No, it unalived electronics. Okay. Let's see. And hello, Styx Dragon. Welcome to the SandBox. And have a good night, 56 Nick Rich. Not that you're probably still watching, but have a good night. Moon might buy. Does anyone actually believe Donald Trump is ever going to make a deal with Canada, or is he just dragging along, coming up with any excuse he can to ban Canada from trade talks so he can crush our economy into the ground and take us over economically? I do believe that's part of his plan, is to because he constantly talks about taking over part of Canada, making Canada the 51st state, and I think he's going to attempt to do that through economics. I don't think it'll ever be like boots on the ground situation, but I do think he'll try it through the economy. Let's see. BCAT, Trump has emboldened conservative weirdos across the globe. Yep. A reference frame. Danielle Smith mentioned my mood is ruined. Oh, just wait until we talk about Bill 60. Let's see. Oops. Moon might buy. I love New Brunswick. Premier, I wish she was Nova Scotia's. Yeah, she's done some good stuff so far in New Brunswick, and she's a liberal. You don't even need to be NDP to do good. You can just be a liberal and do like actual lefty type policies. Looney Tunes, I'm almost never on Discord. The best way to arrange me going onto your show is to email leftofthebox@gmail.com. Yuri Gibson, yeah, Zach Belansky, and the Greens have jumped from 80,000 to 140,000 in 2 or 3 months, and Zach and Zara Sultana have really good working together, so the left is getting bigger here slowly. Yeah, I've been following a bit with that, and I wish we had that energy here. Like, I wish we had that candidate here, like a Zoran or a Zach. So their name needs to begin with Z. Maybe Zoe, that would work, to really kind of get that energy and stuff going here, because we desperately want it. Okay. Looney Tunes 9000. Who the hell is this Left of the Box character? Smartass canceled his woke moralist. Jordan B. Peterson, yeah. Okay, let's get into so apparently the Blue Jays are in the finals for the World Series. It's a big deal. Big deal. Last time was like back in the 90s, early 90s or something like that. And people who care about sports care about this. And that means that people actually want to go and see them play at the Sky Dome. Well, it's not called the Sky Dome anymore. Sky Dome was a cool name. Now it's the Rogers Center. They want to go and watch this. But you know what? Ticket prices are really bad. So this is from Colin DeMello on Global News. Political home run or government foul ball. Premier Ford says his cabinet is looking into possibly capping resale ticket prices, but critics point out his government struck the policy out in the first place. Actually, I point this out. So there's this video here from the Rational National, and he goes over some of this.
Policy.
That's loud. We're not going to be watching the whole video because it's long. But some of these ticket prices have gone up. Like, here's one crazy resale, $11K. That's $11,000 for a ticket. You know, $3,000 for something that used to be $150. You know, $11,000 for what used to be $500 in order to go see these tickets. So I'm going to throw this one into the SandBox. Everyone go check out David Dole on the Rational National. He does amazing work. But, you know, the tickets have become thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to go see a fucking baseball game. But go check out his video. I had some critiques about it on Friday because he spent 12 of the 14 minutes talking about the Blue Jays and the last 2 minutes talking about Bill 60. Priorities. Anyway, I'll be talking a lot more about Bill 60 than I will be about Blue Jay tickets. But here we go.
For thousands of Blue Jays fans, this might be the only way to watch the World Series, because a ticket to get inside could cost thousands of dollars above face value, something even Premier Doug Ford believes is exorbitant.
They're gouging the people. When you have one player in the market that controls the tickets, that's not right for the people.
The Premier says his...
Let me know if this is super quiet for you, because it's super quiet for me. So, thumbs down if it's quiet, thumbs up if it's okay. Just wait a second to see the Wild West. I'm watching the games on Sportsnet. I think there is a game tonight. Okay, I'll be watching for the thumbs up or thumbs down. Thumbs up, the volume's okay. Thumbs down, it needs to go up.
Government is now looking into legislated price caps for popular events. Ford has sparked conversations within his own cabinet to see whether government intervention is necessary.
Let's look at it and we'll see. I just don't believe in one company controlling everything.
Okay, I'll boost the volume a bit.
And that's what's happening right now with Ticketmaster, in my opinion.
But the Premier's attempt at a populist home run is being dismissed as nothing more than a foul ball. In 2017, the former Liberal government passed a law to cap ticket resales at 50% of the original price. In 2019, the Ford government canceled that law, saying it was simply unenforceable. The Liberals say it should come back.
When we're all looking there waiting in line and we're not getting tickets, and the next ticket we see is 10, 12 times the price, that's not fair.
And while it's likely too late to prevent ballooning baseball ticket prices for the World Series, it appears all parties at Queen's Park are loading the legislative bases.
We need the government to take action, and you'll see we'll be coming forward with something on that soon.
To ground the gouging. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
So here's a little bit more. This is from the Ontario Liberal Party. It's now cheaper to fly to LA and watch the Jays there than to buy tickets in Toronto. Ford Nation tore up Liberals' legislation that capped ticket resale prices, letting scalpers cash in while fans lose out. It's not fair and it's not right.
John, on ticket resales, I've asked a couple of ministers, and what I'm hearing is, well, it's a business. They can make as much money as they want.
Well, I don't know how everybody else here feels, but when I go to buy a ticket and I got to pay 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 times the face value to get the ticket to the thing, it's not fair. That's not the way it should be. There should be limits. I think it's a question of fairness. People expect their government to make sure there's fairness.
It's not about fairness. It's about regulations. Corporations will never do what's right for the people out of the kindness of their hearts. They're always going to do what they feel will make them more money. And this is important because of Bill 60. This happened, back in 2018. They got rid of the cap on these ticket prices. And now that it matters to them because of the Blue Jays game, suddenly, 7 years later, they're like, oh, hey, maybe we should fix that. Maybe we should go back. The thing is that the same thing will happen if you get rid of rent controls here in Ontario, is that, again, landlord corporations aren't going to do what's in the best interest of their tenants. They're going to abuse it, and they're going to manipulate it, and they're going to try to get as much money out of it as possible. The thing is we can't wait 7 years for government to come to their senses about it. Because by that time, thousands of people will have died because of it. These are fucking tickets to a sports team. No one is dying over it. But this gets more attention than Bill 60 does. The government needs to put rules on corporations so that corporations don't do this shit. And so this is bad for the sports fans, but nobody is dying over this. People will die if you get rid of all rent controls here in this province.
That they put some limits on people trying to take excessive profits. Well, why did he cancel it? Why did he cancel the fairness for Ontarians? Because somebody told him, we want you to do this. But somebody's making a ton of money off it. Too much money off it. It's not fair, it's not right, and if you're going to protect the people, why not protect them from excessive prices for tickets?
It's all about fairness. And so here's a Liberal MPP just trying to push through a motion to cap those ticket prices again.
Sent for leave to move a motion without notice asking the government to immediately reinstate the cap on ticket resale prices at 50% more than face value.
Is seeking unanimous consent for leave to move a motion without notice asking the government to immediately reinstate the cap on ticket resale prices at 50% more than face value. Agreed? No. I heard a no.
Heard a no, therefore we're not going to do what's in the best interest of the people. So everyone, if you want to know more about the Blue Jay stuff, you can check out that video from the Rational National. Okay, I'm going to close all these but this one over here so that I watch it later on. But I can close all those ones. Boom. Okay, so I'll check the SandBox before I get into Bill 60. So it was too quiet. It's really cold in here, probably because I have my windows wide open. Not in this room, but in the other rooms. Grand Theft Autobot, kind of wish the Montreal Expos was still around. And Looney Tunes was at the Rogers Center this past summer. Yeah, when you were in Toronto. It's a short jaunt from where I live. Sued over the ticket prices. So Life, I thought they were sued under Biden's administration, but apparently Trump just sued them over ticket price scams. They must not have paid the toll yet. Not sure what that is about. The Wild West, anyway, I blame the Ford government, not the Jays. Yeah, some people were like complaining to the Blue Jays team and stuff, like, why are you charging so much for the tickets? But they're trying to say, no, it's not us. It's Ticketmaster, where you buy your tickets. That's the problem. We're not charging it. It's the fees with Ticketmaster. Like, for some of the most expensive tickets, you can have thousands of dollars in fees for the ticket. So yeah, you can find out how absolutely outrageous it is if you watch the David Dole video. But you know, I have other concerns, like about Bill 60, which I feel are far more important to spend a lot of time on. Styx Dragon, capitalism is a scam. The Wild West, capitalism is a death cult. Both can be true. Soul Life, if they all unalive, then they don't need to rent stable apartments. Yeah. People talking about leftist mafia and stuff. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is chilly in here. I might go get my little heating pad that's over on the other chair and bring it over here. Should probably close the balcony door too, because that's where a lot of the coldness is coming in from. So, yeah, just a second. I'm going to do that because it is pretty chilly in here. I'll be right back. See, I had to have the balcony door wide open because this time of year something weird happens. In this room and this room only, I get a swarm of ladybugs around this time of year. And so today I rescued about 8 ladybugs. You know, I put them in like, I caught them in like in a little container and then I let them out on the balcony door before my cats had a chance to munch on them. But I don't know why it is. But in this room only, I get massive ladybugs this time of year. Luckily, they're cute, so I'm not terrified of them. But yeah, it's weird how it's always in this room. I get so many ladybugs this time of year. And so I was capturing them and releasing them on the balcony, but yeah. Anyway. Turn that on, okay. Let's see. People talking about leftist mafia, yeah. Styx Dragon thinks spiders are cute? I don't think those are cute. So Life, I got crickets at home. Last month it was stink bugs. Yeah. Well, my cats go after everything. So the two young ones, they're really good at debugging the place. Moon My Buy says Ticketmaster fees and U.S. charges got dropped by Trump administration. So I guess that's why they charge so much here. Hello, Kevin Logan. We're getting a raid. Hello, Pond Jumpers. Welcome. You're just on time for a very heavy piece. Yes. I'm about to talk about Bill 60 that the Doug Ford government here in Ontario wants to push through, which would get rid of rent controls for everyone. So people like me, yeah, we'll be shit out of luck. But welcome. Super appreciate it. Also super appreciate whoever got me a membership to Kevin's channel. Like, so much wonderful support from the other side of the pond. Really appreciate it. Because I got a membership for Kevin's channel, My Left Eye, and No Justice, which is wonderful. I really appreciate it. But welcome. So yeah, I'm about to talk about rent controls here in Ontario and how Doug Ford, the premier, wants to get rid of them. And that is literally a death sentence for people who live with disabilities, for seniors and stuff of that sort. So it's kind of getting into a heavy thing. And you know, I kind of take this personally because I rely on disability payments as my primary income, and I can't afford for this to happen. Because we were just talking about the Blue Jays tickets. Yeah, there's a sporting team thing happening here. And the Doug Ford government got rid of the cap on resales, and so now it costs thousands and even tens of thousands of dollars to go see a sporting event. But that's what happens when you get rid of things like that, the control and the regulations. And since it failed so miserably with the Blue Jays, well, now he's thinking about doing the same thing for landlords and letting them just charge whatever the fuck they want. So, yeah, it's not great. It's not great, but you know, here's a puppy drawing that I'm working on to make you feel better before I get into this. It's only about halfway done. I still got about like 4 or 5 hours more work to do on it. But yeah, everyone go check out Kevin Logan's channel. Go check out My Left Eye. Yeah. So, yeah, we're getting into a really heavy part here. Lots of information on it. Yep. Let's see. Hello, Rachel. I am almost never on Discord, Rachel. I do technically have it, but I'm almost never on it. I don't have any notifications for it or anything. Sticks Dragon, Left of the Box, you're of the only people that pronounce my name correctly. It's French. You're complimenting me for pronouncing a name correctly? I thought I was just making it up. And that someday you would correct me on how to say it properly. Let's see. Your Gibson tickets to go to a Premier League to get here from London cost me £1,500. If I want to watch a game, crazy prices here as well. Well, I think, you know, $11,000 is more. So, let's see. It's been, Rachel, I've been at this house in this woods since Thursday, and I still haven't seen the cat I'm supposed to be caring for here. Yeah. Okay. This next, I'm kind of stalling because, like I said, talking about Bill 60 hits me personally. So this is going to be an emotional story. So, yeah. So news was breaking on Friday about a new bill that Doug Ford wants to push through. That, of course, he says, oh, this is going to be good. It's the Building Buildings Faster Builder House bill. And then hidden in that is him basically getting rid of rent control. And if that happens, there's people like me who will be affected by this. So back when Doug Ford first got into power in 2018 here in Ontario, he got rid of some rent controls. So buildings built after 2018 would not have rent control. But if you had a tenure, like a contract that went back years and years and years, that was month to month, you'd be fine as long as you didn't have to move, So for a lot of people, especially people with disabilities and stuff, if they have secure housing, they've been there for years and years and years, because our entire payments doesn't cover market rent for a bachelor anymore. Anywhere in the province. Nowhere. The Doug Ford government is also the same government that refused to double the rates of ODSP, which would literally save lives as well. And so I am fucking pissed at all the people who stayed home during the last election. I am vote shaming. I'm absolutely vote shaming all the people who decided to stay home, because this was a no-brainer. Every other party promised to double the rates of ODSP. The Conservatives were the only ones who didn't. Less than half of the population came out to vote in the last election. If any other party had gotten into power, this wouldn't be an issue right now. Our rates would be doubled. We'd actually be up to the poverty line as opposed to being, 60% below it. So many people are choosing between rent and eating. The food banks can't keep up with it. Food banks are very limited, as in you have to be able to travel to them. And also they don't exactly match up with dietary needs. Like if you're vegan, if you're diabetic, if you have like special needs for diet, they don't do anything for that. Also, a lot of people who live in dire poverty don't have access to stoves. They might have a microwave at most. So a lot of people who live in dire poverty need like pre-made meals and stuff. So a lot of us are choosing between different types of builds. It's what do we need less? These are all things we need: medication, appointments, food, hydro and stuff. But what of these needs can we maybe suffer without? And now the Doug Ford government wants to get rid of all rent controls. So somebody like me who can only afford to live where I am because of a rental agreement that goes back over a decade, that would be suddenly up to whatever the landlord wants to charge. And I am fortunate that the landlord that I'm currently dealing with, there are some people there that have a soul, but they're still a landlord corporation. And they have done some very considerate things for me and my situation. But we as tenants shouldn't have to rely on the souls of landlord corporations for housing, like to hope that there are some people within these corporations that actually see us as people. We shouldn't have to rely on that in order to have secure housing. And that's exactly what it will be. And it doesn't matter how much, because the thing is that for new properties that this company is making, they say, well, we're only going to increase the rent by like 5% or something every year, which is, it's above provincial guidelines, but it's still not that bad. And the thing, I can't afford that. ODSP doesn't go up as much. That's the Ontario disability payment. It doesn't go up enough to cover that. So every year I'd be getting less and less and less. I can't afford any increases like that. I can't afford just the regular increases. I'm currently in a deficit. between all the bills that I have to pay and what I get from disability. You know, the amount that I get from Patreon in my YouTube channel, it helps. It helps me at least get groceries, but it's not enough to, like, my car needs $1,300 in repairs. I need my car. I have to take my cat back to the vet tomorrow because of a growth on his neck. That's more money. Like, it's just, if I just had $2,000 a month, I could scrape by and pay down these debts and not be in a deficit. But they don't see us as people, the government and stuff, and then they try to get other people to think of us as non-people. Because this is some reminders of who we're dealing with here. Rachel Atwood, yeah, Frodo. I took him back to the vet a few weeks ago, and he had a growth on his neck, and they more or less pulled it off, like it was a scab, infected scab or something, but it's come back, the growth on his neck. And so I need to see if there's something more that they can do, because I'm worried about it changing into something else, which is, you know, TMI. But Frodo is my 18-year-old kitty, and he is my world. He is my world. So a little reminder of who this government is. So Theresa here is just saying, remember, this is what Ford thinks of homeless people and has no legislation tabled right now that could actually make every renter in Ontario homeless. And has legislation that can make every renter in Ontario homeless. So about 30% of this profits rents. All of us will be in danger. Last year, there were 80,000 people in tent encampments in Ontario alone. If that was counted as one population center, it'd be the 18th largest in the province. Homelessness has absolutely exploded under Doug Ford because of the rent controls he's already gotten rid of. This is going to make it so much worse. But this is something that he had said way back in the day. Premier Ford asked about the wait list for affordable housing. Do you know what the best way to get out of encampments, out of homelessness, is? Get an application and drop it off. If you're healthy, get off your ASS and start working like everyone else. The thing is that most people who are on that housing list, which can take over a decade to get affordable housing, aren't necessarily healthy. They can't, like, that's the thing that people like Doug Ford don't seem to get. And he'll mock people who are on Ontario Works. It's like the social assistance. So people who are healthy but aren't working. The thing is that they pay even less, a lot less than what I get on disability. And that's because a lot of the people who are on Ontario Works need to get onto disability, but they're constantly facing barriers. ODSP will automatically reject you the first time you try. And so you have to keep on trying. You have to find the right wording. A lot of the people on Ontario Works need to be on disability, but can't. And yet Doug Ford will always try to demonize them. Nobody can be sustained on $730 a month. That's not doable. You're not doing that by choice. If it was as easy as getting an application and dropping off and getting a job, people would do that. I cannot get a job. No one will hire me. That's it. That's the bare bones of it. The only jobs that I've had that were any like real sorts of jobs was because I knew someone who worked there. I cannot get a job because no one will hire me. I don't have a college diploma. So when it comes to online application, which is most jobs these days, it will automatically get filtered before human eyeballs see it. I'm too autistic for job interviews. I say all the wrong things without realizing that's what I'm doing. Because I don't know what kind of lies you're supposed to say during a job interview, because apparently you are supposed to. I just don't know which ones are appropriate. Like, no one will hire me. And it's not just me, it's a whole lot of people. So You can tell us all you want to get off our asses and get jobs, but are you going to force these companies to hire us? If I go out there and I find a job that I feel I can do, are you then going to force that company to hire me? You know, it's like, okay, so this job I can do, but I need these accommodations for my mental health issues, and then I could work there. Okay, great. Now force them to hire me. Are you going to do that? No. So just a reminder of that
Joseph
quote.
Coden with Classic Rock and My FM. What impact do you see on today's announcement having on the over 1,000 people that are currently on wait lists for affordable housing here in Northumberland County?
Well, first of all, let's just run through a few numbers. When it comes to homeless, we put $2.2 million within this community, and I'll pass it over to the mayor and the minister in a second.
And just remember, he just spent $75 million on an ad with Ronald Reagan's voice that has tanked any trade negotiations between Canada and the USA. $75 million on that, but here he's trying to brag, oh, I put $2 million into some sort of housing, when it's really just money that's going into his investment buddies' pockets.
And another for the encampments, for the region, we put $2.47 million. And then the Canada-Ontario benefits, housing benefits, there's over $200 million. Do you know what the best way to get people be able to get out of the encampments, get out of homeless? Get an application and drop it off one of these companies and start working.
So are those companies going to hire those people? Because what happens when on part of your application you don't have an address? Because you can't exactly put the tent encampment you're staying at as your address. Nobody's going to fucking hire them out of a tent encampment. Doug Ford isn't going to force them to hire these people. You also have to have the proper skill sets, match it up, all this sort of bullshit. You can't just snap your fingers and get a fucking job.
You need to start working if you're healthy. Bottom line, if you're unhealthy, I'll take care of you the rest of my life.
And that's also bullshit because he doesn't. Because I'm on disability and we are well below the poverty line. Our entire checks don't cover market rent as is.
Your life will take care of you. But if you're healthy, get off your ASS and start working like everyone else is. Very simple.
Which means a lot of the people who are unhoused are on disability. Also, older adult homelessness, a growing concern in Niagara. And this is from the Standard. I've covered this type of story before, but one of the largest groups of people to have an increase percentage-wise in unhoused are seniors. Over the last half decade, Niagara has experienced a growing demographic in the homeless population, older adults. Since 2020, the number of homeless people 55 years of age and over has nearly doubled, in part due to housing and affordability crisis. Data released by Niagara Region shows in August 2020, the region had 96 seniors experience homelessness. That number has now grown to 187 as of August 2025. And here's the thing about Canada. There's no warm areas to go. Winter kills hundreds of unhoused people every year. Try doing that when you're a senior, when you have mobility issues. Do you know how heartbreaking it is to go by an encampment and see a wheelchair outside of a tent? Like, where are they supposed to go? How do they even go to the washroom? Because sometimes some of these encampments will get a porta potty. Those aren't exactly accessible to people who need wheelchairs. How is a senior supposed to get a job? You know, with all their added like health conditions and stuff. How does, being in a tent help them stay healthy? Help them recover? It's just sheer cruelty. When Susan Papov, 60, found herself homeless in March after the Start Me Up Niagara Transitional Housing Program ended due to a lack of regional program funding, she was scared. I was broken beyond repair. I spent the first 10 days weeping for the position I had found myself in, she said. Popov, an Ontario Disability Support Program recipient, bounced between shelters, couches, tents, and motels, facing issues finding an affordable, safe, and secure home that met her needs and her income. Since arriving in Niagara in late 2018, Popov estimates she has lived at more than a dozen addresses, many unsafe, run down, or illegal, all because she was unable to afford market rents. I have lost everything I own because I was going to be homeless and there was something in me, so I dug my heels in and said, no, I would prefer to be homeless, she said. Popov has recently found a place to live, moving in with a roommate within the past month. Others are not so fortunate. Personally, I can't live with other people. I can't have a roommate. If that becomes my only option, I can't. Chronic homelessness among older adults with higher needs is also on the rise, says Regional Homeless Manager Jeffrey Sinclair in an email to the Standard. Chronically homeless seniors now represent 9% of everyone known to be experiencing homelessness and 57% of all seniors experiencing homelessness, he said. These increased from 2020 when chronically homeless seniors represented 1% of everyone known to be experiencing homelessness and 14% of all seniors experiencing homelessness. Chronic homelessness is defined as someone who experiences homelessness for at least 6 months in the past year or recurring homelessness totaling 18 months over the last 3 years. Overall, since 2020, Niagara Region has seen its homeless senior population rise from 10% of all people experiencing homelessness to 15%. Caleb Ratzlaff, a St. Catharines City Councillor representing St. Patrick's Ward, said there are many concerns for older adults facing homelessness in the city. Even though the number of older adults isn't high, it's growing faster than it has in the past, he said. He said he's visited a bunch of tenant associations in which seniors are facing increasingly unaffordable rents, but are not able to leave because there are no cheaper options. Ratzlaff said many older adults feel their options are limited. It's tough, and when you're on a fixed income, you're experiencing rent increases through AGIs above guideline increases, and it can really be challenging, he said. AGIs are rent increases exceeding the allowable amounts set by the province. Each year, the increases is tied to inflation. The rent increases guideline for 2026 is 2.1%, and that's what I am tied to with my old rental contract. Landlords applied to the Landlord and Tenant Board to raise rents at higher rates to help recoup capital expenditures for major renovations or other improvements. Ratzlaff said a common complaint he is hearing, especially from well-off older adults, is that they feel the pinch from increasing costs after doing everything properly in their lives. They've done everything society says they should do, he says, and now they're seeing, because of the Ford government removed any rent controls in buildings built after 2018, is the rent increases 5 to 6% year over year. Ratzlaff said unlike younger adults with support from family, friends, and the community, many older adults, especially those without children, do not have those same supports. It becomes important to find ways to bring support system to older adults, as many support systems have been lost, he said. Okay, there's not too much more. Where was I? As an older adult, many support systems start disappearing. Your friends have moved on. You're no longer in the job market, and so seniors are much more vulnerable than younger adults who are precariously housed. A statistic St. Catharines MPP Jenny Stevens said she found appalling was that about half of seniors experiencing homelessness faced homelessness for the first time after 55 years old. That should never happen in St. Catharines nor in Niagara Region, she said. We're talking about people who built this community, finding themselves without a place to call home. Stevens says older adults are facing converging issues that can impact their stability. They're looking at higher medical needs, unsafe housing, and long wait lists for care, she said. So this is something we have to dig our heels into. Stevens says rent controls on newer buildings need to be reinstated as affordable housing will help alleviate homelessness. Another huge issue we're hearing is the landlord-tenant board. We need to fix that, she said, explaining that the backlogs are leaving tenants in unsafe, unlivable conditions and often being forced out. Stephen said all levels of government need to focus on the issue of homelessness to keep a roof over people's heads, particularly older adults. We can't allow the government inaction to push seniors or anyone into the streets. So another reminder, I covered this article back when it first broke, but this is egregious. Sisters shocked when Toronto landlord raises their rents to $9,500 a month. The landlord had told them he wanted to raise the rent to $3,500, and when they complained, they decided to raise it $9,500. So sometimes landlords will just do that. They want the tenants out, so they'll just do these obscene rent hikes, knowing full well that the people can't afford it, and they're forced to leave. And they were quote tweeting this. This serves corporate REIT landlords. It is intended to fill their dark towers. They're offering 1 to 3 months free rent while increasing rents on existing tenants any amount they want. Yeah. So sisters saying that the Toronto landlord is raising the rent by $7,000 per month. And there's nothing stopping them in these new buildings from doing that sort of rent increase. They don't need to justify it. They can just raise it by thousands. And that's the thing. Like, even if I would hope that if this happens, my landlords would maybe just still be kind and only raise it by 5%. But there's nothing stopping them from saying, okay, everyone who isn't paying market rent right now has to pay market rent. And that means I'm on the streets because there's no way I could afford market rent in any of their buildings. So here's one of the conservatives who is backing this, saying today, Minister, whoever that is, and other ministers and I announced the Fighting Delays and Building Faster Act 2025. So that's the very 1984 phrase that they're using to hide this Bill 60, like to hide this removal of rent control in. Fighting Delays and Building Faster Act. Removing rent control doesn't do this. I'm just saying. This legislation will cut red tape, streamline approvals, and reduce costs for home buyers, helping to keep the dream of home ownership alive. In partnership with municipal leaders and industry partners, our government is taking bold action to deliver results. Deliver results to corporations, not to people, to corporations. Under the leadership of Premier Doug Ford, we will continue to build more homes faster and ensure Ontario families can find a place to call home. That's the exact fucking opposite of what they plan on doing. Oh, look, I left a comment saying, do you have no soul? The only thing keeping people relying on ODSP housed is the little rent control we have now. You refuse to double the rates of ODSP. Our entire payments don't cover market rent anywhere in this province. This will kill thousands of people. Trying living with disabilities on the streets. And if you don't have any sort of mental health issues or disabilities before you go on the streets, you develop them really fucking fast. Just given the stress and the lack of, safety and healthcare and clean place to live, you develop those really fucking fast when you're on the streets. So this is the person that was first blowing the alarm on this. Josh Matlow, who is a community advocate, he found this in the bill, the wording in the bill, fighting delays at the landlord and tenant board. So he says the Ford government already eliminated rent control for buildings built after 2018. They are now taking steps to eliminate rent control in Ontario altogether. This is shameful and disgusting given the affordability crisis that so many people are facing. So there's going to be a whole bunch of petitions, well, not a whole bunch, 3 petitions at the end that I encourage everyone to sign. Leigh Brandon Beaton here just saying, without security of tenure, which is basically what keeps me housed. Without security of tenure rules, no Ontario tenant would have a right to stay in their apartment beyond their initial 1-year lease. It would be entirely up to the landlord. Long-term tenancies would simply cease to be a thing. Tenants become fully disempowered transient class. And he was quote tweeting himself saying, I will be digging more into this later, but red alert, the Ford government is looking to end Ontario's security of tenure rules, preventing tenants from automatically transitioning to month after their initial lease is up and allowing landlords to refuse to renew. This is just, like, I know in Quebec there's a lot of this right now, and every year around the same time of year, thousands and thousands of people are having to move because their lease is up. Also that time of year, a lot of animals end up on the streets because maybe they were in a place for a couple years, but the new place that they're forced to move to doesn't allow pets. So a lot of animals will also then just end up on the streets. It is, to not have that security, to not have a place called home, it's devastating to your mental health. Like, it's just, the only thing keeping me floating right now is the fact that I do have stable housing right now, that I have a place that I can call home. Without this, there's still a lot more to go over, but, you know, I've interviewed people on my channel before about MAID. And there was a man on my channel that I interviewed who made it into the news because he had severe back issues and stuff that prevented him from working. And he was about to be kicked out of his apartment, and there was nowhere he could go that he could afford to live. And so he applied for MAID, and it was approved. And if it wasn't for his story making it into the news and a GoFundMe set up for him and the pressure put on for him to be able to stay where he was, he would be dead right now. Because his logic was he would much rather die peacefully at home than have it lingered out and stretched out painfully on the streets. That's the situation I'm in. I can't apply for MAID yet, based solely on mental health issues. But I would much rather apply for MAID and die peacefully at home than to suffer for months or years on the streets before I eventually die a traumatic death. Because even if I find another place to live, it'd be so far from a city, my community, my connections, my friends, my resources. I'd be isolated. I'd be in a place maybe the size of this room that I'm currently in versus my actual apartment. It's not fair to my cats. It's not fair to me. That would crush my mental health. And it would only be a matter of time before I would take things into my own hands. And some people would accuse me of saying that it's emotional manipulation. And no, it is just the reality of my mental health issues. It is my medical condition. I can predict this. It's like if somebody has a heart condition and they don't take their medications and they do all these other things that exacerbates it, it's only a matter of time before they have a heart attack. Well, if I'm taken out of my environment and all these stressors are put on me, it's only a matter of time before my mental health goes, you know, the worst outcome of it happens. This is my reality with this bill. You know, I can't move back home because, again, mental health issues. There'd be room, but my mental health would absolutely bottom out in a heartbeat. I do have friends, and some friends say that I could stay with them, but those friends are allergic to cats, or I'd have a bedroom that I could sleep in type thing, and it's not sustainable. It's not long term. I don't do well living with other people. I have no options. Having this long-term rental contract is the only thing keeping me housed right now. And I've been unhoused before. And that was back when there were a little bit more security nets and stuff. And then when I did find a place to live, and that was when I was able to apply for disability because of my mental health, and I got it. And that was back then, a disability check could actually cover rent. And I was able to find housing. That's not the same anymore. If I end up on the streets again, there's no getting out of it this time. The situation has changed too much. 80,000 people in tent encampments last year. Everything I have will be gone. Like, I suppose I can just hope and pray that if this bill goes through, my landlord corporation doesn't just decide to raise my rent, but the amount of stress that will put on me, again, is kind of devastating to my mental health. This bill cannot go through. Because there are so many people in my situation, so many people that will suffer, so many people that will end up on the streets, the most vulnerable people, people with disabilities, seniors, that they'll never get off those streets again. The housing isn't there, the supports isn't there, nothing. This government is sentencing us to die. That's all there is to it. They are sentencing us to die. And the media is paying more fucking attention to the Blue Jay ticket prices than they are to this. Thousands of people will die because of this. It needs far more attention than it's getting. So Diana Chan McNally, who is a housing advocate, says your latest piece of legislation would, in practice, put an end to rent control across Ontario by eliminating security of tenure. No renter would be safe. Right now, when 81,000 plus Ontarians are homeless, right when 800,000 are unemployed, and more Ontarians are joining them. And she's quote tweeting Doug Ford. He's saying, our latest piece of legislation will help cut red tape and speed up construction for new homes, highways, and transit so we can get people out of gridlock and build the homes Ontario needs. Those homes are fucking mansions that are bought up by real estate giants and are just used as investments, not for actual places for people to live. So Diane is also saying, Bill 60 is outrageous in a province already inundated with mass homelessness. It further limits justice for tenants, and the Landlord-Tenant Board expedites evictions for non-payment and further incentivizes landlords' own use evictions by slashing compensation to tenants. So it's not just getting rid of the rent controls, it's making it easier for landlords to evict us. You're a day late, you're evicted. They want it for their own use. Well, if they give you more than 4 months notice, they don't have to compensate you at all. It's not just removing rent controls. It's about empowering the landlords to do whatever the fuck they want. So CBC, say goodbye to rent control, indefinite leases if Ontario passes housing proposal advocates. The province says consultations underway as it aims to protect tenants while supporting landlords. Ontario's planned new housing legislation could open the door to ending rent control and indefinite leases across the province, advocates warn after a recent proposal by Premier Doug Ford's government. The Ford government introduced a new housing bill on Thursday that says it would streamline approvals and let developers build homes more quickly. But buried in the legislation is a proposal for alternative options to lease expiry rules that could allow landlords to control who occupies their units and for how long, including through adjustments to rental arrangements based on market conditions, personal needs, or business strategies, according to the province's briefing slides Thursday. Housing advocates say if passed, the proposal will hurt long-term renters and vulnerable tenants like seniors and students across Ontario. Everybody's panicking. This is not a solution for affordable housing, says Stacy Semple, a volunteer organizer with Acorn, a nonprofit organization that advocates for various social justice issues, including affordable housing. He is taking rights away from tenants, she said, referring to Ford. The landlords are getting free passes to evict long-term tenants, especially because they want to collect more rent because it's more economically viable. Security of tenure at risk. Currently, tenants are protected by what's called security of tenure, which gives them the right to remain in a rental unit as long as they follow the lease agreement and residential tenancy acts. It also allows them to continue on a month-to-month rental basis after a fixed-term lease ends. Landlords are unable to evict tenants without legally valid reasons. But if the proposal is brought about, Semple says, Toronto and other areas, large population of renters will be hit especially hard, according to the 2021 census data by Statistics Canada. 48% of Toronto's populations are renters. Canada's largest city, half of them rent. Where the fuck are they supposed to go when they can't afford that? Already you're seeing people flee the city because they can't afford to rent there, which means that a lot of jobs go unoccupied because they're jobs for like at Tim Hortons or restaurants or retail. Those jobs don't pay enough to allow the workers to live in the city because it's too unaffordable. And then they wonder why they don't have these positions filled. And Doug Ford will say, well, these jobs are available. Well, the jobs might be fucking available, but nobody can afford to live there. And ain't no one commuting an hour and a half in order to go work at a Tim Hortons. She says without affordable housing options, more people could be evicted from their rent-controlled homes and may end up homeless. Ford is actually going to create more encampments. I'm not necessarily surprised. Ford is all about the profit and the bottom line. In an email statement, a spokesperson for the province said it is undergoing consultations on options to lease expiry rules, but that it will continue to protect tenants while supporting landlords, including mom and pops who rely on rental incomes to help pay their mortgages. Aww. It's all about those little mom and pops that have to rent out a room so that they can afford a mortgage. It's not that being the issue, that the mortgages are unaffordable because of the housing crisis that's going on. No. It's just, we're all about protecting them. And don't be surprised if in the media in the next while, you see how landlords will talk about how this will benefit them and how it's finally time that they get cut some slack, how they're always stuck with these tenants that are horrible and blah, 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 blah. You're not going to see people like me showing up on the CBC to talk about the situation we're in. You're not going to see other people, seniors, who are on the verge of being unhoused because of this. You're not going to see so many people that talk to the reality of it, that the majority of us will be facing being quoted, being featured in these articles. It's only a handful here and there, but the vast majority will be talking about it from the landlord's perspective. Tenants will continue to have strong protections across the province, including from significant rent hikes, holding 2025 rent increase guidelines, holding below inflation rate, blah, blah, blah. Propose to tax every single tenant renter. When he first came across the proposal, long-term renter Leigh Beaton went on social media to share what he called a shocking discovery. His post on X has over 100,000 views, with several others concerned renters chiming in, he said. This directly attacks every single one of the tenants in Ontario, and I think people who haven't paid a lot of attention to the ins and outs and the details of tenant rights in the past immediately understood that this was going to directly impact him, he said. Beaton said it's unimaginable to consider that this proposal could force him out of the apartment and community that he's called home for 20 years. Renters in long-term tenancies often pay far below market price, he said, considering many live in older rent-controlled buildings. I pay about half of what market rent is for this apartment because of how long back my rental contract goes. Without rent control, tenants will be forced to pay a lot more or move out. Less desirable neighborhoods further from the city, said Beaton. People who are on fixed incomes, such as seniors or people on disability benefits, many of who have security of tenure, is the only thing keeping them in their homes. It's the only way that they're able to know that they've got a place to sleep tomorrow night, and we know that homelessness is out of control in Ontario. Renters get a 1-year guarantee. Spa gets 99 years, critic. And they're talking about the Therm Spa. Doug Ford got rid of Ontario Place, which was a public land. It was a place that families could go to. It had parks. He mowed down a little forest. It'd be the same as taking a part of Central Park and just mowing down a chunk of that. He did that in the middle of Toronto, and now there's coyotes on the streets and all this wildlife that had nowhere else to go. And he destroyed it. This family fun destination that was a public park. He destroyed it because of a foreign spa to go up there in private. And he's giving them all these concessions, and the province is paying billions of dollars for it. And that spa gets a 99-year lease. That spa to a foreign company that used to be on public land will get a 99-year lease. At an unrelated news conference Friday, Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow said landlords could gain enormous powers with the proposal. There's considerations, consultations, but there has to be fairness involved. There's no considerations or consultations needed. This cannot happen. There is no way to do this and still be fair. And the Liberals, we heard them talk earlier about the fairness with the Blue Jay tickets. Well, there is no such thing as fairness in capitalism. The only way to keep them in check is by having these rules and regulations, because there is no fucking corporation out there that will just think, well, is it fair for us to charge this much? None. They're not going to sit around and be like, what are the morals of this situation? That's not how it works. You need the government to keep them in line, because they will not. And so everything that happened with those Blue Jay tickets and the prices skyrocketing, and 7 years later, they're like, oh, they're getting pressure to put that cap back on. Well, again, like I was saying, if it takes them 7 years to wake up to reason and be like, oh, maybe we do need rent controls, people will have died by then. And already it's been 7 years since he got rid of a lot of those rent controls. Homelessness has skyrocketed, and still there's nothing changing it. There's not enough pressure from the public for them to even reinstate the rent controls he's already gotten rid of. Because half of the fucking people in this province who could vote stayed home. We weren't worth them coming out to vote. Their neighbors, the most vulnerable people in the community. Our lives weren't enough for these people to get off their fucking asses and go out and vote. Any other party in charge of this province right now, this would not be an issue. Oh, but the Liberals and the NDP, I don't like them for whatever fucking reason. It doesn't matter. Any party would be better. Adil, housing critic for the Ontario Liberal, called Ford's latest legislation a mean-spirited bill that ignores the injustices tenants face and could lead to bad faith evictions. Security of tenure allows tenants in good standing to remain in their home until they wish to move on. Only in Doug Ford's Ontario can hardworking renters in good standing be able to count on just 1 year lease, while a foreign spa company and Ontario Place gets a guarantee for 99. Catherine McKenna, Ontario's NDP shadow housing minister, says families across Ontario could face mass evictions if rent controls are removed. Housing has never been more expensive in Ontario. 800,000 people can't find work, and now Ford is making things even worse. Is the Premier's only goal making life as expensive as possible for Ontarians? McKenna said, adding the province is last in the country when it comes to building homes. The answer is building more homes, not trampling the rights of renters. Ford has a responsibility to keep Ontarians from falling through the cracks. We need a real rent control now. For Beaton, the proposed legislation shows tenants must advocate for themselves. In recent years, tenants have scored some big wins by organizing rent strikes and protests, something renters need to consider if the Ford government's move forward with the proposal, he said. That's one of the few things that gives Ontario tenants hope right now, Beaton said. That is where we should all be focusing our efforts together as the tenant class and let the government know we're not going to let them do this. 30% of Ontario is in danger from this. So here's another article from CTV News. Ontario bill would look at alternative options for ending residential leases scrap on Toronto green roof bylaw. Here's the highlights, if you want to call it that. Making it easier for residential landlords to end leases. The province wants to explore the possibility of modifying security of tenure currently enjoyed by tenants under the Residential Tenancy Act. Yes, it's enjoyed by us. It's not necessary. It's a luxury. It's an enjoyment that we get. The current law means tenants have the right to remain in their rental units as long as they follow the lease agreement and the RTA. Landlords cannot evict tenants without legally valid reasons under the current law and after fixed term lease ends. The tenancy typically continues on a month-to-month basis. But the Ford government said it would like to consult alternative options on leases agreement expiry that would give landlords more control over their units, allowing them to adjust tenancy arrangements based on market conditions, personal needs, or business strategies. Yeah, that's the important thing. Speaking with reporters, Attorney General Doug Downey said the government is hoping to make conditions more attractive for landlords to put vacant units up for lease because they've heard for years that some landlords are not entering the market because they don't have confidence in it. Those poor landlords. You know what you need to do? You need to go and take their fucking apartments, expropriate them, and make them into social housing if they're not going to use them. You know? Like, oh, boo-hoo, these poor landlords are not entering the market with their empty units because they're afraid they might get a tenant, but then they see there's the possibility of raising rent, but their tenant isn't doing anything wrong. That would mean that they could be evicted, and then they would lose money. You see, it's better for them in the long run to just leave it empty with the possibility of getting someone in there who will pay more than to have somebody stuck in there for 10 years below market rent. We've heard from stakeholders that these evergreen leases that just go on and on with no end in sight might not be appropriate, Downey said. He said other jurisdictions do things differently and provinces plan to consult widely with landlords. They're not going to consult with tenants. They're going to consult widely with landlords to see if there is a better way to unlock housing that isn't being leased out right now. You take the fucking housing. You expropriate. You just seize it. That's what you do. You just seize it. What we do know is there's a lot of landlords that are not putting their units on market. That's the landlord's issue. Maybe tax the fuck out of them until they do. We need to get those units, Downey said. I'm convinced that if we get the right balance, we'll unlock tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of new units, and those will be places that people that currently don't have a place to go will be able to rent. And what the fuck are they doing sending empty right now when there are hundreds of thousands of people that need them? Why are you allowing them to keep them fucking empty right now when there are thousands, tens of thousands of people unhoused and hundreds of thousands of people living in horrid rental conditions because they can't find anywhere else to go. Why aren't you doing something about that fucking now? The bill is proposing a number of changes when it comes to disputes between landlords and tenants. Among other things, tenants would be required to give prior notice of issues they intend to raise at hearings and would not be allowed to introduce new issues without warning. The province says this is to avoid adjournments where the parties aren't prepared to speak to an issue. The bill would also scrap the need for a landlord to offer a tenant compensation if they'd like to take their property back for their own use, as long as they give 120 days notice of 4 months. If the landlord gives less than that, they would still be required to provide 1 month's rent or offer a comparable unit as compensation. As well, the province wants to shorten the grace period to issue an eviction notice after a non-payment from 14 days to 7. Just takes 7 days. And shorten the time to request a review of the final hearing order from 30 days to 15. Yeah. Here's another article from the Trillium. This is not mainstream media, so you'll notice they might have a different bend than this mainstream article that seemed really concerned about the fucking landlords. So it says the current one discourages landlords from renting out vacant units. How long is this article? Okay. There's one more article after this and then some other things. So big changes could be coming on Thursday. The Ford government introduced wide-ranging bill. Okay, we got that. We got the security of tenure. Let's see if there's anything new in this one. I wasn't able to read through all these articles because they were upsetting me too much for my review. So a lot of this is overlap, but there could be some different information in this. So we're going to quickly scan over it to see if there's anything else in this particular article that we should see. So we got the agreements that allow tenants to stay in their home month to month. So this statement we've heard from stakeholders that the evergreen leases, and that's from Doug Downey, just it's not appropriate anymore. He argued that many landlords are keeping units vacant because, you know, there might be somebody in there who keeps them from charging more. According to exploratory documents provided, reporters, potential changes could give landlords more flexibility to control who occupies their units and for how long, allowing them to adjust tenancy based on all that stuff that we covered. For now, Downey said the government is only exploring ideas, but the bill is on the table. Bill. It's called Bill 60. It already has a name. After studying how other jurisdictions handle leases, because they're just doing a bang-up job too. So eliminating evergreen month-to-month leases and security of tenure could potentially end the certainty of rent control in Ontario, which Ford progressive government has already widowed down. In an early policy change, Ford's government removed rent control for units after 2018. So what else is in the bill? Other more concrete changes proposed include ending requirement for landlords to compensate tenants. Okay, we got that. Okay, so not much new there. But this is from ACORN, that's the housing advocate organization. Doug Ford moves to end rent control. So we already got that. The government is claiming that moving to fixed term leases, a nightmare for tenants in other provinces, will unlock tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of new units. But let's not forget that this is the same argument Doug Ford made in 2018 when he removed rent control on new developments. So housing supply increased during this time. No, Ontario housing stats are at an all-time low. The PC government is lying to the public. This isn't about new housing supply. It's all about lining landlords' pockets at the expense of tenants' housing stability. What Ford is proposing and why it's so dangerous. So 1, fixed-term leases, end of rent control. The most dangerous proposal of all, a move towards fixed-term leases where the lease simply ends after a set term rather than automatically renewing, and we know that. So silencing tenants in non-payment of rent cases. Under Ford's plan, tenants would no longer be able to raise new issues like serious repair that impacts the tenant's health and safety, landlord's harassment, and repeated AGIs in non-payment of rent cases if they miss the strict LTB deadlines. But the majority of tenants are already at a big disadvantage. Deadlines are often missed because they don't have legal representation, struggle to navigate complicated, confusing forms, face language or technology barriers, or juggling work, children, and caregiving responsibilities. There's also a direct attack on organized tenants on rent strike who are standing up to corporate landlords. This change means tenants who are already struggling will be evicted faster with no chance to explain or defend themselves. And why are people falling behind on rent in the first place? Because rents are out of control and the cost of living keeps climbing. So making it harder to challenge N11s or voluntary evictions. Ford government also wants to make it harder for tenants to challenge N11s agreements, forms tenants often sign under pressure during renovictions or landlord intimidation. These are so-called voluntary evictions, are often signed under duress when tenants are told they have no choice but to leave. Less time to appeal unfair decisions. Right now, tenants have 30 days to ask for a review of LTB order they believe is unjust. Ford wants to cut that in half to just 15 days. That's 15 days to find legal help, file paperwork, and prepare a defense before you could be locked out of your own home. This is not efficiency, it's erasing due process and putting tenants on the streets faster. Redefining late payment. Ford's government is looking to define what counts as late payment, opening the door for landlords to start eviction process if a tenant is just 1 day late on rent. For people living paycheck to paycheck, that can mean eviction for being late by hours. Less compensation for evicted tenants. We got that for the 120 days. So in today's brutal housing market where rents are thousands of dollars higher than they were just a few years ago, it's heartless. Tenants need more relief, not less. Cutting tenant notice periods in half. The tenants currently have 14 days to pay their rent before the landlord can apply for LTB before eviction non-payment. Ford wants to cut that to 7 days. This change would push countless tenants over the edge. Fewer options to postpone or delay an eviction order in emergencies. This means most vulnerable neighbors, including families, seniors, and people with disabilities, could be forced out before finding a new place to live. More enforcement officers to evict faster instead of investing in affordable housing or repairs broken LTB system. Ford plans to hire 8+ more enforcement officers, government paid staff who work with sheriffs to remove people from their homes when evicted. And we'll get to this petition in just a little bit. So Marit Stiles, the current leader of the Ontario NDP, who really should have fucking stepped down because she's part of the reason why we're in this mess, because her leadership was so piss poor, it didn't energize enough people to get out to the polls. So I don't just blame voters. I also blame the leaders of the other parties. I blame the media as well. All of them failed Ontario. I have a video about that. People can go back and check. But she's also responsible for what is happening right now. So she's saying Doug Ford is a jobs disaster and now he's coming for renters. Bill 60 will mean higher rents, mass evictions, and fewer affordable homes. Families are already struggling. Ontario needs rent control and more homes people can actually afford. I will fight this bill tooth and nail. Well, you've been doing a piss poor job of doing anything along those lines so far because she has no charisma, no riz, no ability to energize people. She's just a milquetoast liberal. And I had the joke around the election that if you compared her and Bonnie, oh fuck, I can't even remember her name. She was so unremarkable. Marit Stiles and Bonnie Crumby, that's it. You could put a picture of the two of them together and you wouldn't know which one is which because they looked the same. They acted the same. Their policies were the same. They were the same fucking party. The Liberals and the NDP have failed us miserably. So Mike Schreiner, I actually did like him as a leader. He's the leader of the Green Party, but you know, him and his other MPP won't exactly do much to flip the balance in Queen's Park. And he should have been doing more to get his name out there, because all of his policies and stuff were good. He was good speaking, so they needed to figure out social media. He says, we're in the middle of the worst housing and homeless crisis in Ontario history, and the Ford government is about to pour gasoline on the fire. The Ford government is handing corporate landlords exactly what they've been asking for and leaving Ontarians out to dry. This change will lead to record rates of homelessness in Ontario. And here's the tweet from the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. Right, they don't have a leader right now because Bonnie Crombie had the sense to step down. Well, she was forced out. She was forced out. Marat Stiles should also be forced out. So just, you know, blast from the past. Remember when Doug Ford said in 2018 that he wouldn't take rent control away from anyone, period? Is anyone shocked to know he lied? Today, Adam Vaughan will launch his provincial Liberal leadership campaign by attacking Doug Ford. He thinks he is exposing a shocking revelation. However, Doug Ford government will maintain the status quo in terms of rent control. He got rid of that as soon as he was in. I have crisscrossed the province, and from one corner to the other, the people of Ontario have told me they are struggling. I have listened to the people, and I won't take rent control away from anyone, period, said Ford. When it comes to rent control, we're going to maintain the status quo. Unhoused folks, the population has absolutely exploded under Doug Ford. He took away rent control from new buildings. All they do is lie. That's all they do. They just want to line the pockets of their corporate buddies. That's all they care about. The people, we are literally dying so that his corporate buddies can get a few more dollars. So Catherine Fife, she's an NDP MPP. She says, you will never stabilize the economy without housing. An aggressive trade tariff war with the U.S. Why cause additional stress to those struggling to secure shelter? It's mean-spirited and fiscally irresponsible. Bill 60 is another soul-crushing piece of legislation from this PC government. It's up for a debate Monday. The bill's title, Fighting Delays, Building Faster, but it's essentially end to all rent control in Ontario. My office is already hearing from concerned seniors. Doug Ford has a habit of just ramming bills through when he knows they're unpopular. Debate on this bill is starting Monday, and there's nothing the other parties can actually do to stop it. It's the people that can stop this by applying enough pressure. If you have a conservative MPP, you need to be absolutely harassing them right now through emails and phone calls and requests to go to their office. You need to be protesting outside of their offices. You know, Queen's Park needs to be filled up with people protesting this. It's not like everyone will know somebody who rents. This is about your neighbors, your friends, your family. If you have children that someday might rent, this is about everyone. It will affect everyone. Queen's Park needs to be shut down by protests. And I have no faith that the public will pull this off. That the public will do this. Because they're so fucking unplugged until it affects them. So Christine Wantam says the government will not unlock housing by undermining tenants. Security of tenure. This bill is a new low that signals existential threat to every renter in Ontario. We need to get help. They are another NDP MPP here in Ontario.
If you are a renter in Ontario, then you know that things are already pretty bad. Sky-high, unaffordable rents for small and broken apartments, the elimination of tenant protection, the weakening of rent control laws. All this has been happening under Doug Ford since 2018, but things are about to get worse. So hang on to your Blue Jay cap, because this week he introduced new legislation called Bill 60 that effectively will quicken the evictions and goes further to silencing tenants. This is a huge win for landlords and bad news for everyone else. Bill 60 came out with a government briefing note that tells us that Doug Ford is now planning to eliminate rent control in Ontario by ending tenure and bringing in fixed lease terms. This is a disaster in the waiting. We will see more encampments. We'll see more evictions into homelessness, more dem evictions and rent evictions. This is going to lead to more human suffering like we have never seen before in this province. Bill 60 means that if you're a tenant and you're at the LTB, the Landlord Tenant Board, and you can't get stable Wi-Fi, there's no rescheduling of that hearing. You are evicted. If your lawyer doesn't show up or you couldn't get a lawyer, you are evicted. If your rent check is even one single day late, you are evicted. If your landlord misplaces your rent check, you are evicted. Bill 60 is so punitive and so cruel. This is not a housing strategy to end homelessness. This is not a housing strategy to end the unaffordability that we see in the housing crisis. It is going to lead to more suffering. Bill 60 must be stopped. You and I have got to work together. Doug Ford does not have the solutions. Doug Ford is not here for you. Doug Ford has got to go. Work with me. Let's defeat Bill 60. We need to build up stronger tenant protections. We need to keep rent control in Ontario.
So here's a petition that she has set up, and I'll put the link to this in the SandBox. If you are in Ontario, please fill this out. If you're not in Ontario, just see if you can fill them out, because I have a few petitions here. I don't know if you need to be a resident of Ontario to fill all of these out, but at least try. So that's this one here. And then this is from the person that we saw from earlier. Not that. I think this is Josh here. This is his petition. Yeah, Josh Matlow. This is his petition that he has for this. And then this one is a petition from Acorn. So please, if you can, fill these out. And yeah. There needs to be more than petitions. There needs to be people on the streets. You need to be protesting outside of your conservative. If you have a conservative MPP, you need to be arranging protests outside of their office. This is life and death. It is literally life and death for so many people. Oh. But oh no, Blue Jay tickets are a few $1,000s. Let's check the SandBox. Okay, so that was me putting in David Dole's video about the Blue Jays. Okay. Nope, got the volume one. So Life, I think they were using bots to buy up all the tickets. That's usually what happens when it comes to the tickets. Talking about bugs. It's actually kind of funny because right after we were talking about the bugs and the spiders and the creepy crawlies that come in, all of a sudden Rachel Atwood is like, raid, which was an old commercial about bug repellent. So maybe because I got raided by Kevin Logan, none of us will have bugs in our apartment anymore. I'm fortunate because the bugs that I get in my apartment are ladybugs, and it's usually around this time of year, and I get like a swarm of them. I had to rescue 8 today that I, tossed into like a little container and put them outside. Okay, let's see. Moon might by. When the stream ends, will the chat be in the replay? YouTube won't let me scroll all the way back. Yes. It might take 24 hours for it to fully be there, but the replay will be available. And I'll just show it on screen so you can also just Google the because I believe you're talking about the NDP forum. So you can also just go on to YouTube and look for this. NDP leadership hopeful take part in first candidate forum, October 22nd, 2025. So you can just look that in YouTube or, yeah, get the link later on. Where are you getting at? Come here. Come here. Everyone will want to see you, you know. Come on. There we go. Orange kitty. Rachel Atwood, currently and historically, which province is the most progressive, least backwards overall? BC? I don't think there is such thing as an overall. Like BC was the first to legalize marijuana. Ontario has been progressive in some areas. It's, yeah. I can't quite remember which province was the first to legalize same-sex marriage. Quebec is really hit and miss. They're like racist environmentalists. So they're good on some things, bad on other things. Like, I don't think there's just a blanket good. But I can't, like, that's the thing too. Since I'm on disability, I can't just move to another province either. So some people might say, well, you'll just have to move to another province or something. I can't, because since I'm on disability, if I move to another province, I'd have to apply for disability in that province. And much like with the disability here, they don't want to approve me, so they will reject me, at least the first time through, until I can try to provide them with all these medical records and stuff. And then if they don't have the same standards, because if I were to try to get on disability now, I don't know if I could, based solely on mental health issues. Like, it's... So I have no choice. I have to stay in Ontario. Moon might buy. I think every new building should have to have a percentage of their units at a set rate to the province public housing program. Some new buildings do have to have that requirement, but we're talking like a few out of 100, you know. And what they'll do is they'll say that they are, when they refer to apartments as affordable, what they mean is 80% of market rent. That's the actual technical term for affordable. So then you have to look for ones that say deeply affordable, if you want to find ones. But yeah, there's nothing that's saying that they have to have certain units at a low rate. The reference frame with the increase in the cost of living, my pension is feeling tighter and tighter. Mm-hmm. Have a good night to all the people who are no longer watching. Because it's getting late, especially on the other side of the pond. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, so people without an address can just get a job super easily, barely an inconvenience. Yeah. He's not going to force companies to hire people. So life, I once lost everything except the clothes on my back. It was so damn hard to get a country ID, SS card, my birth certificate again. I had to exploit loopholes that have since been closed, I believe. Sorry to hear that. Like, I've had my stuff in storage before, and then a lot of my personal stuff got destroyed because it got flooded. But, you know, the thought of there's enough room at my mom's place that I could put my stuff in storage, but there's just nowhere for me to go with my cats. Yeah. Moon might buy. Even people who have jobs can't afford the rents in Nova Scotia. Average rent is $1,500 and our senior pension is less than that. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, I hate conservatives so much, they don't care who they hurt. Yeah. The Wild West. Okay, so technically Doug inherited his dad's label making company. Yeah. Doug hasn't had to actually find a job. They were all given to him. Yuri Gibson, I have experienced that it takes so bloody long to get ID back. Bank account was a nightmare to get for me. When you have nothing, they can make it a million times harder just to get on level. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm always paranoid that if I go traveling, like especially outside the country, and something happens to my IDs, how do you get them back? How do you prove that you are who you are without ID? I guess, yeah. I have a YouTube channel. Can I use that as my ID? Say, yeah, go look at Left of the Box. That's me. See? It's me. Yuri Gibson, Thatcher, the Milk Snatcher, fuck us 45 odd years ago, getting rid of the Fair Rent Act. That woman has a lot of blood on her hands. Yeah. The Wild West, we do have rent control in Quebec. I know that there's a thing about leases, but I guess, you know, if you do have some rent control, that's good. Because I know, like, isn't it once a year there's like this mass turnover of renters because leases expire and whatnot? Does it automatically roll over to like month to month? Let's see. Rachel Atwood, I've known so many homeless people who do absolutely anything for their dogs, and wealthier people who don't really care about their pets. Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people who are in encampments don't go to shelters, because they don't accept pets. And so if you have a dog, you can't take it with you. It's much harder to have cats if you're unhoused because they don't tend to stay very well. Harry Gibson, we love you, Dandy. Big hugs, try to stay cozy. The Wild West, they are building more affordable housing. As much as I hate the CAQ, they have done a few good things. Yeah, Quebec is always a mixed bag when it comes to politics and policy. Like some things they're actually fairly progressive on, and other things they're right wing. It's a wild mix. Oh. Eating some chocolate that I got at the Halloween party I was at last night. The Wild West wants to see my costume, but does anybody else? I'd like to see another super chat before I show you my very interesting costume that I had on my Halloween party last night. I was not a vampire, shockingly. Grand Theft Autobot, I feel like I'm in the same boat as you are. If this causes me to become unhoused, I'd either have to 100% rely on family for housing, or I'll have to apply for maid rather than die slow. Horrifying death on the streets. Yeah. So, like, one thing I've learned, too, is that the state would rather pay 3 times as much for homelessness. They put you into help demanding the area. My friend got hotels and apartments. I was told to quit my job. Then spent a year looking for a job, and they paid for everything. Makes no sense. There's lots of comparisons and stuff out there. People know, how much it costs to keep somebody in prison, how much it costs in the hospital or these other programs and blah, blah, blah. And then to keep people housed is always the cheapest option. It's always the cheapest. But if people weren't desperate for housing, how would you be able to have them work for, slave wages? If you didn't have that fear in them. Andrina says, I think it's eugenics. The right want all the homeless, disabled, etc. dead because they think we're useless eaters. There's some truth to that. They don't see us as human. Yep, it's a class war. The Wild West. And I appreciate the hugs and comments of love and whatnot. I do appreciate it. Kitty. All I know is tomorrow I'm going to be working on my drawing to try to unstress, de-stress. Drawing of the doggy. It's only about halfway done. Still lots of work to go on it, but it'll be a nice distraction. Thursday, I accidentally got distracted because season 2 of Gen V was out, and I thought, okay, I'll just watch 4 episodes, and then I'll watch 4 episodes on Friday or something like that, and then I ended up just watching all 8 episodes because the entire season was out. I do tend to binge watch. Grand Theft Auto, although I might be in a slightly different position now that I think on it, I was finally able to get to add my spouse onto my ODSP, which I think is going to increase the amount we receive currently by hopefully 100%. I hope so. So, Life, how disconnected are they that they think voters want to give up rental protection to benefit tenants? Yeah. Oh, did we get an air raid from Environmental Coffee House? Well, thank you. I was really kind of focused on the screen. I didn't see much of what was going on. But welcome. Bella Greasy says, hello, all good people, left of the box. Welcome to the sandbox. Oh, looks like we did get a bunch of people suddenly come in. JonoTube, what a great country. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but welcome to the sandbox. Hello, Bobby. Absolutely no corruption. Okay, yeah, you're being sarcastic. Rachel Atwood, vote shame the hell out of Ontarians who couldn't be bothered to go out and vote this winter. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, Environmental Coffee House folks. You caught me at a downtime with what I was talking about. Very personal story. Be nice to see some of the other channels cover this in more detail. As opposed to the fucking Blue Jays. Well, Grand Theft Autobot, hopefully if you've applied and it's been accepted, you might get back payment too. Fingers crossed. Looney Tunes alternative options, quote unquote, quote, yeah. Yuri Gibson, fuck lamb bastards, as Helen MTG would say. Helena MTG would say, yeah. Whitro says, this pro-landlord bill sounds really bad so far. It is. Hermeteorologist does everything they can do to make more money. Yeah. Are we at 5 hours yet? Not quite yet, but yeah, we'll probably get over 5 hours. Grand Theft Autobot, you mean the same guy who lied about not touching the green belt, lied about this too? I'm absolutely gobsmacked, I tell you. Yeah, he lied about everything. Have a good night, Rachel. Not that you're watching anymore. I jumped. Where was I? Okay, remember that. Bad Lefty, but this will affect so many people that he might just see huge protests. People are already dying in this province because of healthcare, lack of healthcare. Housing has already skyrocketed. 80,000 people were in tent encampments last year. I honestly don't know what it would take to get people off their asses in this province. Grand Theft Autobot, they think Doug Ford is so fucking awesome for standing up to Trump to see him for what he really is. Attendance is more important than Blue Jay tickets, says Looney Tunes. Yeah. Pat Lefty, I remember Raid, and that shit stank. Yeah. Got my orange kitty on my lap. He's a bit lighter, so he can stay on my lap a bit longer, but he really loves shoving his butt up in the air. Grand Theft Autobot can transfer a disability from province to province. You have to go through the application process from scratch. Yep. That's why I can't move. But the thing is, too, I don't want to. For all the cons here, I do like living where I'm living. You know, I like Ontario. I like the area in Ontario I live. I don't want to move. This is my home. Yeah, probably it's getting pretty late on your side of the pond, Rachel. The Wild West, I'm grateful for my place, but I can never leave even though I have a full-time job. Yori says that I should call them Yori, because I always say Yori Gibson, I imagine. The Wild West, you're not going to see this for another 20 minutes. But in answer to the lease question, you can renew it for a year, every year, or go month to month. So life shelters don't accept this is when I get off work either, or I need to leave for work now hours. Yeah. You get a curfew. The Wild West. Everyone moves on Canada Day for reasons I do not remember, but if you stay in a place, the landlord can only put the rent a certain up a certain percent. So it'd be similar to what we have now here in Ontario. Moonmine Pie, is there a way to share a photo on YouTube? No. Bobby, I have 4 small dogs and 2 cats, all rescues. Hello, Christy. I wouldn't really call what you missed fun and exciting. Let's see. Christy, damn, I almost choked to death on a blunt smoke. I'm so glad my near-death experience didn't disturb my dog's sleep. I was not Minuet at the Halloween party. I actually did not go as a vampire. I dug through my costume closet and put together something completely different. Well, mostly different. Have a good night, Yuri. Christy, Sandy, when I need to escape to Canada, I'm going to hit you up for help. I will always try to do what I can to help. I just don't think I have any help that I can actually give. Oh, come here, sweetie. Come here. Can you hear that purring? I'll close a bunch of these tabs. I need to keep those petitions open, so I also sign them. Also, I was talking about it at the beginning of the stream. I did a live stream on Friday talking about issues of like purity testing and, you know, Graham Plattner, but also some other issues that are kind of entwined with that in my mind's eye anyway. And I was wondering if people would be interested in me condensing it down into like a video essay that's like 20 or 30 minutes long. all the thoughts and stuff that I said in that, or if you're fine with what I already have up on screen. So put a 1 if you would like to see that as a video essay. Let's see. Okay, the Wild West, you're still in here. Okay, so what I went as to the Halloween party is death. I went as a version of death. And so I had a black mask on and stuff that I could see through, but it made everything look really dark. But then the thing is that I had another mask that would go over top of that mask, one of those stick ones with, I'll grab it and show it to you. Of course, I put it away. Scooch. You're not allowed in there. Okay, so I have pictures. So, but this is the mask that I was wearing. It's this type of mask, but then I would also go around with this. Every now and then as well. And I had very flowy type moves, very like almost like I was a ghost as I would walk around. And then every now and then when I got close to people or they were passing by, but also I didn't talk, so a lot of people didn't know who I was because they don't recognize me by my boobies. And what do I mean by that? Well, this. It's obviously safe for work or YouTube. But so the black mask, that, but then also with this on top at times. But I couldn't speak because not only was I deaf, but how did I die? I had a slit throat underneath. So every now and then I would lift the mask up so that people could see why I couldn't talk. And at some points I'd take the mask off and I'd talk. But that's what it was had on under the mask was this makeup to make it look like I had a slit throat. And that's why I couldn't speak as death, as I went very flowy around and I would creep the fuck out of people, especially when I would just stand still and stare at them. And for the first hour, I didn't reveal my identity and people didn't know who I was. Even though they know who I am, but they didn't know who I was under the mask, which was so funny because, yeah, most people can't recognize me by, you know, this cleavage here. But I like playing with makeup and stuff to do that. But it was fun because I was kind of like a character throughout it. And I also had this black rose that I would kind of indicate that if I was going to give you a rose, then you would die type thing. And yeah. And I had like a long flowy skirt on too. I need to put this back in the costume closet and close the door before they eat it. And yeah, that was my Halloween costume for the party last night, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right, talking about Mon Nuit? Mon Nuit. Good night, Bon Nuit. Yes, Looney Tunes, I know you love my boobies. B-Cat, definitely creepy, LOL. Yeah. Bonne nuit is how you say goodnight in French. For who is it that is Christy? Never heard that before? Bonne nuit? There's a T in there, but it's not pronounced because it's French, and you don't pronounce half the letters that you see. Because if you were just read it, you would say bonne nuit is how you would think it sounds, but it's bonne nuit. Ethan is agreeable, just says it's a great costume. See? That's what you gotta do. You don't necessarily have to say anything about my boobies. Just like nobody at the party said anything about them either. Yeah. People trying to identify me by my cleavage. Didn't work. It did not work. As I would creep around doing these kind of swaying type snake-like motions almost. Reference frame says it's an awesome costume. Yep. And people thought that I was like, I had committed to it really good. And some people thought it was the best costume of the night because it wasn't just a costume, it was a character. Yeah, it's bad, Lefty. It might be your male biases mind or just people who are into femme bodies. The Wild Weds, I like this character. It was fun. B-Cat, I love how dedicated to your costumes you are. It definitely helps, yeah. Well, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to be, and I was thinking, okay, vampire, and I had like this old Renaissance dress or something, and I'm like, it's just boring. And then I found the shirt, and I'm like, right, I have this shirt, but what could I match it with? Because, you know, I have this white cloak that I could put on over top, but it's just, still nothing. And then I found the hood again, and I'm like, I've never actually used the hood. And it kind of has like the same cut as the shirt, like the edges and stuff. And so I put them together and I got a big flowy black skirt. I'm like, you know what, this works. And then I started doing the makeup underneath, and like right before I left, I thought, I'm going to make it look like I slit my throat. And that's why I'm deaf. And it worked. It worked really well. It was a lot of fun. And it was just a lot of fun going around, just creeping people out. And I could do yes or no. And I would do thank you by like a little curtsy when people would compliment me and stuff. It was interesting communicating by just gestures. But since I can do a very flowy type motions. I don't know. Left over from my dance lessons from when I was a kid, I suppose. Yes, Christy, bonne nuit is good night in French. The reference frame is French Canadian. Francophone. B-Cat really likes the costume. Hello, Minope. You're here just in time for the end. Christy, I have mummy pajamas I'm wearing and handing out candy. I'm terrified of clowns, so these freaking kids are lucky I'm doing that. I don't do Halloween. I will be doing Halloween next Friday here, and I will be Minuet. Also, this upcoming Wednesday will be the last Wednesday of the month, so I will be Minuet on this space at the 4 o'clock slot. So you can check me out there. Also, yes, I'm taking Frodo back to the vet tomorrow because of that growth that came back on the side of his neck. So any support with Frodo's vet bills would be greatly appreciated. Kitty cat. And you can do that by an e-transfer or through the PayPal link. Either way, super helps. You can also become all of these things. I'm just going to toss these up because I'm running out of steam. Oh, I'll have to take that one down. Buy my book. Buy my book. Boom. I love this book so much. I can't wait to get back to it. But once I'm done the doggy drawing, that's this drawing here, I'm going to get back to the TYT video essay. And once the TYT video essays are done, then I can get back to my book. And I'm so looking forward to getting back to my book. Oh, I need that escape from reality. Yeah, Frodo, he had that growth on his neck, and I talked about it the last time I took him in, and the vet more or less pulled it off like it was an old yucky scab. But it's grown back and it's even bigger, and so I need to see, like, is this something that we have to risk putting him under for to remove? Because at his age with his kidney issues, that is massive risk. But he's super healthy if it wasn't for that. Or should he be like on antibiotics or something? Because having the growth just makes me worried that it's going to mutate into something else, like a tumor or something. But like it's really hard and it doesn't seem to hurt him or anything right now. So hopefully at the vet tomorrow they can help me out with that. But yeah, I've run into some massive bills recently. $1,300 in car repairs are needed. I've already got 400 of that done. But the front brakes also need to be done. But I had to get the back brakes done when I took my car in because they would not have released my car without it because it probably was not safe to be on the road, which really is a disconcerting feeling knowing I was driving that. So I already had to pay 400 of that 1,300. So any help with bills? Also this time of year, all my website domain names get renewed. So I get hit up with that because I have 8 that I get done every year. Because it's .com and .ca for 4 different websites. So there's Sandy Lovis and LeftoftheBox. But then there's my other author name that you guys don't know about, The Secret Book, and a website attached to that book. So I have .com and .ca for all 8 of them. So any help would be greatly appreciated, but you know, only if you have the money. Don't send money my way if you don't have it to spend. Yeah, follow me on socials. I'm trying to separate it a bit more so that my Left of the Box and my writing and art are more defined in the accounts. It's going to take a lot of time to actually fully get there, but working on it. I haven't seen much interest to condense my Friday video down to a essay, so unless I hear a big demand for it, I'll leave it as is. And just kind of kicking myself in the butt that I forgot to say a couple things in it. But it is what it is. Let's see. And yeah, I think that's about it. And I've been at this for 5 hours. And I could use real food not, absolutely not fast food. I did that after the Halloween party because it ended late and I was helping with cleanup. But I wanted to have like a real meal because I hadn't eaten all day. And I went to McDonald's because it was like 24/7. Mistake. It is just way too much money for the quality of food. That's for sure. But I do need to eat something because I haven't had much to eat today. But I do have to get up early-ish tomorrow to get Frodo to the vet. His appointment's at 10 a.m. So I'll need to leave here before that. So I should probably just wrap things up. So thank you, everyone, for coming out today. Super appreciate it. Thank you to all the pawn jumpers and the raids that I received. I super appreciate that. Thank you to the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to everyone who has already helped out somehow by buying my book, by becoming a member, by purchasing something off my Amazon wish list, which is linked in the description box below. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's, did I cover everything? Yeah, share, like the stream. Also, the 5-year anniversary of my show is coming up, I guess, next Saturday, but I don't have anything planned for it. I don't even think I'll be streaming on the 1st because I'm going to be streaming on the 31st. I would love if people could help me get on to a bigger show. That would be great for my 5-year anniversary to be on a show, not mine, but that has a larger audience than mine. I've never had that happen. I've never been on a channel that was larger than mine. I would like to do that. But that will take peer pressure. So if you guys can help me out with that, I'd super appreciate it. But yeah, Reference Rain, thank you for the great stream, Sandy. Thank you, mods, and keep chat things real and chill. Bon nuit. Yeah, 5 years since I posted my first video. Okay, so with all of that, I will do my French. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing you tomorrow is better than your today.